Alright, Nightbot, I'll save. Chill. I've been live for 5 minutes. I'll save the game. It's fine. We'll do that. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. How we doing, Superman, Sora, Danny, Denied, anyone else who's lurking about? I'm a little discombobulated this morning, but I did want to get an early start. Or, you know, I started like a couple minutes early. That counts, I'm sure, right? We'll say it counts. Alright, hello. Um, so I'm reintroducing some of my go-to mods. You know, as usual, Wither's Big Naturals, but I also want to see if reaction point on UI works, because it's just comfy. We gotta have the L Milkers. We gotta have the even bigger Big Ladies. Let's see if that works. Speaking of Bobs. Recombobulate? Yeah, speaking of Bobs. Okay. This was not Big Lady, this was Stella. Stella! Hey, Pris, how are you? Okay, that sip reminds me, I didn't grab coffee. I have to get up and do that. I have like a little bit of a green tea. You need a mod that configures your mods on a per save file basis. Yeah, I have folders for different playthroughs, so I'm manually swapping out a folder like each different stream day. At least with Tuesday and Wednesday, we're playing vanilla. My co-op with Gage and my co-op with Mark, we're doing vanilla, so I don't have to worry about it there. Ah, reaction point does work. Okay, cool. We need to find a big lady and see if that works. But yeah, I found a big lady. Yeah. Uh-huh. Found a big lady. I agree, Kevin. Mia. Mia. Mia, big lady. How far did I get even? Okay. Been to Moonrise. Why was I here? Saved the tieflings. Right, I usually wait to talk to Alfira until level 9 for getting better scrolls. I might hold off on that this run. I might just not do that. Yeah, so I'm playing a Stars Druid with a 1-level Hexblade dip. Currently, I'm level 7. Working on getting level 8. Hey, Trade. How you doing? Cat, what do you want, man? I just gave you water. I just gave you water. Why are you screaming at me? And he'll enunciate at some point. As well, long weekend day, I had good sleep in. Hey, that's nice. If you're gonna jump, go for it, man.
Don't be shy.
Good job.
Have a gander at the finest stock.
Yeah, normally I wait to turn in this quest, because Alfira will give you scrolls based on your level. You get the highest level possible scrolls if you are character level 9. But level 7 is the second highest, so we'll just do it there.
Thank.
I need to carry that for now. Grab Snowburst Ring. Don't see Murkon here, which means the Harpies are still over there. Deal with them at some point.
Last light, best
trust him. It's fine. Alright, so we have Iron Vine Shield, we have Flesh Melter Cloak, Callous Glow. I want to get Dark Justiciar Half Plate, and then play around with, potentially using that for damage reduction. Problem is, it doesn't have the retort until the purple version. The green version has it, and then the purple version has it. But also, my AC will be really high while doing that. Don't necessarily want that. So maybe I don't go for that. Let's work on hitting level 8. Because hitting level 8 will give me 4th level Druid casting. Or 4th level casting period. So I'll be able to do things like, cast Freedom of Movement. And something that I'm considering doing is having, less Druid investment for a while, so I can have 8 upcasts. So I can soak up more hits. Also might have to dump the Hexblade dip for a bit. We'll see. We'll see. Give that some real thought. Did I deal with the doges yet? I feel like I did. And keeping playthroughs straight is very difficult right now. Arabella want to talk to me yet, or do I still need to do a long rest? Hey Sven. I've been doing pure Hexblade, and it's been insane. Yeah, Hexblade's nuts. A variable element. Well, glad to hear trade. I did long rest.
Fear not, girl.
If there
It's XP, that's the Shadow Blade ring. Probably don't get much use out of Shadow Blade this run, but it is, of course, always nice to have. I don't see a loot in my inventory, so that means Malice is still around, unless I woke up Art already. Playing Nubby's Number Simulator, a mix between Peggle and Belatra. Very sure developer does acid like a lot.
But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may soon see it vanish.
been blessed.
Right. I do still have Night Sayer's Favor. I have the Golem of Shar waypoint.
Open up.
I may need to start actually using a checklist to keep track of playthroughs. Had a nice chicken salad for lunch. That is nice. I dealt with Malice. Did I not wake up Art? Like I said, keeping track of stuff Not easy. Let's check art again. Forgot how much fun Intransigent Hammer is. Yeah, Intransigent. I gotta figure out how to say that word. Yeah, the prone is just great crowd control, and it's so satisfying when it goes off. Okay, I've never been in this room. I've been getting lazy on bonus fists.
Wait, this is no physical ailment.
My lute. Do you know him?
Did I kill Mandara on this run? I don't remember. I'm on a fire res or elixir, and I'm not sure why. I guess it was in case the druids did heat metal. Mandara's still alive. I've been to the roof. Feel like I have? Well, let's be thorough. No, I went to Balthazar's room because I have the moon lantern. Do I have the moon lantern? I have the moon lantern. That looks clear over there, which indicates to me that I push people off the roof. Nope. Mind. Just weren't rendered in. Okay, I didn't do this on this run.
Just out of view. Can't risk being in open view.
Hey, Manatee. How are you? Do I have an enlarged scroll? Something like that. Am I just gonna raw dog this with guidance? Just a big lady.
Will witnessed assaulting.
Oh hey, I didn't clear the docks. Okay, you're a witness.
Give in.
Alright, I can make that work. I don't want to get Enemy of Justice. So, yeah, Zealot and Rena in here. It's gonna have to die ASAP. I just have to be careful. Switch to the Titan String Bow here in case someone does a ranged attack at me. That's an interesting sentence that I probably should explain. If you have a Titan String Bow in your hand and someone hits you and triggers your Iron Vine shield, Titan Weapon will be applied to the damage dealt back to them. It is extremely funny. Do I have a flight potion? No. Might be making use of the crossplay feature today. Nice. Edict ball question gets applied when it's supposed to trigger. So, it'll trigger after your turn, before you get control of your character back again.
Still on my feet. Don't want to draw any attention.
Which the hell giant? It applies, you have to kill the turn it applies or you're screwed? Yes, that's the mechanic. I'm a little worried here. Hello there, Zero. I was hoping you wouldn't put that there. I kind of want to wait out the timer on that Guardian of Faith. Because I do not want to get in the mix there. Gonna run out of shillelagh time though. This is a fight I would nope out of, but want you despawn immediately? Unexpected, but I'll take it. Oh, you somehow still spotted me. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is... I'm sure this is fine.
Another day, another fight.
Blind you all. Blind is so this one doesn't cast a area spell. Probably go Ice Arrow next turn. Hey, yeah, good morning. Alright, that was the only witness. Technically, I can dip out now if I want to. play this out. Ow. That might be death. Now you have advantage. Oh. Oh. Half-orc cheat death saved me. It's okay. I used that to get another hit in. All part of the plan. Alright, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here.
What path lies before me?
We dealt good damage back, but... Ooh.
Time to get going.
That was fun. Anyway. Did what I needed to do. So, if they would have had an extra instance of damage there, we'd be going to the Nautiloid right now, and it would be entirely my fault for, one, not checking that the docks were clear before I pushed someone off the roof, and two, not leaving when I had what I needed to do already taken care of. But I knew I had the half-orc cheat death, so I was like, I don't think they'll do that many instances. And they didn't.
Somewhere to camp soon.
If they made honor mode easier with patch 8, I mean, indirectly, almost all of the new subclasses are quite strong. So player power is higher than ever. The new spells introduced, the changes to Shadow Blade, all of those are player power increases. So if you view a player power increase as a difficulty decrease, then you could call it that, sure. They did make a couple of things harder. Like, they made Balthazar willing to use the shield spell, for example. A minor difficulty increase, but that's a difficulty increase. So I would say the answer is, depends on your viewpoint. Did I fight the hook horrors? I feel like I did. That corpse landing here caused
Something good here.
that whole thing.
I hope.
The Stars Road so far, it's very good. Haven't you ever been in Act 3? Seems kind of buggy. Buggy in what way? And nothing a little Mocte and my Virtute won't fix. But I'm enjoying Stars Druid a lot, and I expect to be splashing it in a lot of caster builds. Game treats star forms like other wild shapes, shifts her out of combat, then still shows she has dragon form. Where's the bug? So fly can't do the breath attack? Ah. Yeah, I don't play with companions, so... Rug. combat during dialogue. Yeah, I don't know, I don't play with companions. So that's probably something I never would have found. Couldn't tell you. Hey, why are you there? You're not supposed to be there. I actually don't want to attack you while you're there. Okay, I guess we're fighting Gloric and Zarel at the same time. Because, high risk if I attack Gloric there. That pulls in the Necromites, and then that pulls in someone with War God's Blessing through the floor, and then that ruins the chances to save Minthara, etc. Just wondering if you've seen anything similar to the main character? No, I've not. I did lose my starry form when I, my cheat death procced. Let's get that back.
Something to ask.
Just taking a walk, yeah, getting some exercise, as one does. Spell slots back. Chest piece is that? Adamantine. How you doing, soy sauce? Go back to awareness, make sure I win. I should do second level Agathis for this.
Where do you hail from? The Absolute calls us all to her design.
Roof.
Your family will rise
Roof.
eventually.
So tunnel vision. I need to verify that I actually have cleared the roof. Because I thought I did, but I also thought I cleared the docks on this save, and I clearly didn't. Let's be better about that. Let's be smarter. The runs blurring together? They are. Alright, I've killed the hook horrors, or not the hook horrors, the winged horrors. I don't see anyone walking around on the roof. Okay, I did clear the roof. Good to check.
I wouldn't have if not for the lantern bearer.
I'll give it a shot.
To think the
On Hill Giant Club right now. Or something else. almost want heroism. This will be fun.
I will not be slaughtered. The facts suggest if I use in
A blast.
let me make yes. You blame the of course.
Face
who's
firing
then?
slowly.
The goblin. You and what would you? They are.
True. Make her passing slow. A new. And what do you have to contribute? A pity then. Take her below.
No. Please.
We'll let this part of the cutscene play because this should move Minthara out of the room. I have had her bugged to where she just didn't leave the room. I've also had this cutscene bugged to where the goblins weren't hostile after we were like, hey, let's fight.
Freaking old bag of shit.
I'm counting in my head. Should be good now.
I'm so sorry.
Or better.
Of course not. You heard the general. The goblin did. Here. Here. You see
The seat of the Absolute's power,
Oh, noble and
occupied
neat.
by a general that cannot be killed. His lions are flesh and blood. We must learn more about his power.
Okay, bye. Yeah, Minthara is great. I haven't fought these two straight up in a while. That'll be fun. Wonder what Zarel would say if you talked to her after goblins were non-hostile, did nothing with them. The game was just kind of not accounting for them fairly okay. They're just standing there. It's like they didn't exist anymore. But I don't think we've spoken to Zarel yet on that run. I think that's the co-op with Danny. I don't think we've spoken to Zarel yet, so can find out on Friday. What's my play here? I'm wearing Amulet of the Unworthy because they do have Cloud of Daggers.
We will cleanse you. I just want a little look. Softer than a whisper.
Round of Madness would be a funny opener here. With Blight.
We witnessed assault.
Accent to bonk. Good miss.
Prisoners aren't yours. Mine. Oh, I will gut you.
Okay, Minty. Okay. Guava chips. Thank you for the 3 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Thank you very much. Hit me. It's War God's Blessing through the wall. Oh, that guy's getting pulled in. Don't love that. Don't love that. Now, I don't have backlash for you. You probably go for confusion. Higher priority. Ooh, you didn't have movement to get up. Okay. We take that. We take that. I gotta deal with this guy in a way where Minthara doesn't die.
Here we go again.
Do that. I'm gonna turn off Call of the Week here. Hope the breath low rolls. It did, good. So the one outside will go first. He was gonna either Guardian of Faith in a useless location or dash here. Dara equipped the Scalpel, so she can smite now. Backlash you to death. How many hours do you have on Steam in this game? 4,609. Oh, Minty. Oh, I knew I loved her. She's her. He's fucking her.
I didn't think anyone would come for me. Agreed. I will pretend the enteric lead the way. Fresh orders?
What now? At least things have stayed interesting. Breathe deep and move.
I wish women were real.
Here goes nothing.
Remember when you had 4,444 hours? No, it's kind of a blur. Yeah, no movement speed. They just don't get to play the game after they get knocked prone. Same with halflings.
Now I leave.
The artifact connects with her. Pull the prism. Her mind.
There is much we must discuss. Do you...
It's rare that I'll ever accept bad movement. It is that bad. Yeah, I really strongly dislike having terrible movement.
It does not compare with the
Does not compare with the cum.
They broke. What? We must eradicate them. Swear that you will keep... I need... Now, rest well. You wish to consult me? A mistake. When you...
Okay. Saving Minty at level 7 is a little bold. But it worked out. Really want the shield from Zorel. It's just that's actually a fight now, so something to be worried about. Escape and save. Just quick save. Single save, so same effect. Having to respect Zorel again is refreshing. It is. I like it. Need to reacquaint myself with everything she can do. No, she's got Backlash, Black Hole, Cone of Cold, Shield Bash, Shatter, Fear, Shatter and Fear from scrolls, though. She can cast Mirror Image, she can cast Fire Shield Chill from her shield. Trying to think there's anything else she can do. Friends keep running everywhere, and our co-op run won't let me cast 8 or Long Strider on them. You gotta corner them at the start of the day. Be like, alright, before we leave camp. I've saved her at 5, talked my way through the middle moonrise. There was a run where I saved her at 4, specifically for XP purposes. I've saved her at level 1. You know, it's doable. It is still bold. Especially if you're choosing to fight the questioners the way I did. Especially if you're choosing to fight the questioners without killing the guy outside the door the way I did. There were many easier ways to do that, but trying not to do the same exact plays for the same exact encounters every playthrough. You ever do a 4-person multiplayer honor mode run? I've done that on stream. Myself, Say Okay, Mark the Power Hour, and Nazator. We did a 4-player honor mode run. I was an Eldritch Knight. Mark was playing Astarion as an Arcane Trickster. Naz was John Barb, the barbarian who hates furniture. And Say was a druid of some kind. Definitely a druid, I just don't remember exactly what Say was doing. Consider another one, Reverend's the same class. Not, like, I'd be open to it, but scheduling is a nightmare for that. And then also, just that by itself wouldn't really be interesting to me. I'd have to put some spin on it with mods or additional restrictions, something like that. Imagine it's probably like 4 solo runs at the same time. Often is, yeah. You ever do a complete guide in the order to do things, specifically Acts 1 and 2, where XP and avoiding certain fights until some point is better, safer? There's not really a way to do a guide, at least that I would be satisfied with for that. It'd be way too long. Just ask me about specific things, and I'll tell you when I try to slot it in. Four-player just sounds like herding cats. Well, I guess with that lineup of streamers, all know what they're doing. Maybe not so much. It was still often like the Sweetest Roll said, exactly like that. We were all just kind of soloing things at the same time, and on, like, if we screwed around too much, we'd group up. But outside of that, we just kind of did our own things.
Arrested for assault.
Not supposed to miss. I already have Unworthy on. There we go. Good fight.
Can't slow down.
Depends on who you tailor it for. No, it doesn't. Because let's keep going through your message. For example, I think I know how to do the encounters, just need an order of operations. So, listing out an order like that without context is not possible. Because then I'd have to pick a lane, and there would be routes that order wouldn't be good for. And even just picking a route at random like that, and then saying, hey, do it in this order. One, I personally wouldn't be satisfied with that at all, because I don't like reductive content like that. But two, it would still be long as shit. Because you want me to list off every single individual encounter I do in Act 1 and 2 in order? That's quite the word count.
Anything of use?
Yeah, Trade did do a series a while ago. We've updated a lot of strats since then. Trade did do a run where he made highlights going through optimal, at the time, to the best of our knowledge, at that point in time, XP strats throughout the whole of Act 1 and 2. But it's still a couple dozen hours of footage. Coming from VODs, wanted to say hi and thanks for the content. Hey, thank you for watching the VODs. I appreciate that a lot. And for the kind words, of course. I think I killed the Hokors, but I want to go verify. I'll give some examples of situations where routes would be different. For example, if I wanted Minthara alive, that would heavily skew me towards doing what I did today, of clearing out the roof and all that before dealing with Minthara. But if I didn't care about that, then there'd be a solid argument for me moving Ketheric upstairs sooner, moving Zarel upstairs sooner, so I could get the associated quest XP, so I could try to improve Lantarv's inventory and get an extra refresh out of that to bag up those potions and such. And then I would just bite the bullet on dealing with the Necromites with Ketheric on the roof later. There is a world in which I do that. That's not this one. That's not a route I do often, but there's merit in doing so.
Let's see what this does.
Sometimes you want to go, instead of going to the mountain pass from the wilderness, sometimes you go directly to the Shadow Curse lands so that you can go back and have more options in how you get XP from dealing with Voss. But you don't do that in every run, and you also can't do that in every run, because if you're doing a region lock, for example, as soon as you go to the Shadow Curse lands, you can't ever come back to the wilderness. And it also means you can't go to the mountain pass, because you can't get to Act 3 from the mountain pass. But not every run is a region lock. Again, to the point of region locking, that completely changes the value of certain exploration XP spots. How you're handling Will and Karlach's storylines changes your early Act 1 routing in every run. Whether or not you're fighting the Fist at Joaquin's Rest changes your routing in every run. What you're doing with the Zentrum questline changes your routing in every run. Your plans for Grimforge changes your routing in every run. It's not just do this, 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 this. If the game were that simple and that repetitive, do you think I would have 50-something runs? It's possible I would. I don't think I would. The variability of how you go through and how you build up your character's power, how you progress through the story even, it's one of the selling points. It's just not that straightforward. Picking up from that question, how big of a difference doing a complete run in general and doing everything optimally, approximately, asking in general, of course, it changed run to run, for Act 1 as that is. Difference in, like, what area? XP-wise? Or... could you expand a little more? XP? So, let's put it this way. The first instance that I know of someone hitting level 11 before the Apostle of Merkel was Trade doing it on stream with a lot of XP stuff that at the time we were unfamiliar with, and we have learned enough since then that not only are there multiple routes to infinite XP before that point, but even if we disregarded those, we've routed an additional something like 13,000 XP into the game. And like, so from level 7 to level 8 is 9,000 XP. A bird just hit my window. So for frame of reference, that's a lot of additional XP that wasn't there before. I have hit level 12 in Act 2. On 2 different runs. So, there's a big difference. I would say, if you're playing, like, casually but still well, you're gonna be very far into level 10 when you're ending Act 2. Very far into 10. Hey Dade, how are you? There's gloves from Tally that I want. Let me go buy those now. Confirm I do things casually but in a decent way and not leave behind obvious things. Do Merkel at 10.5. Yeah, sounds right. Actually got decent sleeps. Let's go. I'm doing okay. A little bit brain foggy today, but that happens. Getting the cloak mostly just for dialogue stuff. Cinder Snap gloves are what we're really here for. Another reason why I want these gloves is they give you protection from missiles, which is... it imposes disadvantage on ranged weapon attacks against you, but also cuts their damage in half. And as a Stars Druid in dragon form, my concentration is extremely hard to break. So whenever there's going to be archers shooting at us, we're just going to concentrate on this. And if they hit me, okay, well, I still didn't take much damage. Never did things like Raphael, Cheese, etc. Always felt I had enough levels, just did all the content. Yeah, like, let's look at some of the biggest chunks that a lot of people don't even think to do or know about. Raphael, early is 1400. Elminster is 1000. And the fight in Moonrise Prison after you free Day Malin is something around 2000. I'm gonna round... very round number there. Trade will correct me, I'm sure. But that alone, again, for reference, that is half of the total XP to get from level 7 to level 8. Just those 3 things that most players don't know exists. 2000 is about right? Thank you. So that's, what, 4,500 XP almost. Just from that. Fighting Balthazar in the Shadowfell so that he spawns those skeletons that are worth XP. But having done that after already dealt with his ads earlier, that's like another 1,000 XP that a lot of players don't bother with. Exploration XP spot optimization is about 8,000 XP as well. So, just those things that, again, do not enter the minds of most players. We're not even talking murder hobo strats yet. We're not even talking, killing NPCs that are there for cutscenes or that are very temporarily available in the game. We're not even talking knockout stuff. That is already more than 5 figures of XP. It's quite a lot. What's that about Moonrise Prison after Aylin's free? Okay, so fairly okay. If you free Dame Aylin, and you get the cutscene of her flying and attacking Moonrise and all that, if you go in the prison during the assault, there are a shit ton of enemies. There's a Death Shepherd, like a dozen Necromites, and 3 Necromancers, Merkelites. They're just down there. They're all worth XP. They all drop loot. It's a very large fight that there's a lot of XP in doing, and it only exists if you free Dame Aylin and go down in the prison before fighting Ketheric. So, very specific route, very specific window of time. But it's a lot. This is my previous question, and it wasn't a bad question. I'm glad you asked it. Is there an order to not lose any part of content? Let me clarify. If you do X thing, then Y never appears on the map. You lose XP or content or cutscenes. So this is probably what you're looking for. It's a list of time-sensitive activities. Like, if you don't do this by this time, then you lose access to that. Like, for example, if you go to Grimforge without having saved Barcus, then he dies. Things like that. Okay, Alex. Running out of things to do to get to 10 before Merkel. Think I get there with Colony. How far off are you, XP-wise? I can tell you if you'll make it. Also, just certain decisions that'll completely block off other quests. True. Might lose Barcus, totally not intentionally. But we like Barcus. And his massive salami. I'm assuming letting Valthi abduct Aelin is XP negative. You do get some new zombie enemies, though. I have not actually done the science on that route. It's XP negative, for sure. But I'm just not sure by how much, Sweetest Roll. That's something that's worth investigating at some point. 5k or lower. There's about 5.5k in the colony. Just in the colony. That's not including what you get for going into the Shadowfell. That's not including what you get for... if Balthazar's there, to fight him there. It's not including that. It's not including what you get for beating Ketheric on the roof. It's not including any of the inspirations you get along the way there. It's not including the fight in the prison if you freed Aelin. So, if you are still pre-Shadowfell right now, there's like 10,000 XP between you and Merkel. Assuming you're freeing Aelin. If not, then shave another 2,000 off of that. If Balthazar is already dead, then shave another 1,000 off of that. But you'll still get there. About 5.5k between jumping down the hole and Merkel. Meant to say Barcus was the other fucker. Oh, yeah, Wolbrin? Yeah, fuck Wolbrin. Except, like, don't fuck Wolbrin. But, yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Love to see you and Power Hour do Jeopardy NPT3 XP. He would win. He would win. I would still have fun, though. But he would definitely win. Forgot.
How much further can I go?
I'll just let the combat start. So they have Radiant Retort. I almost did my breath weapon, and then I stopped. I was like, there's a reason I shouldn't be doing that. Felt a disturbance in the force. Still working on picking off Moonrisers right now. Silent Library, get the path to Baldur's Gate. Oh yeah, you don't have to worry about hitting 10. Addicts, you're good. You will definitely get there. So protection from missiles is imposing disadvantage. If they do somehow roll good and hit me, well, still take half damage. Like that. So you can see Titan weapon applied to my Iron Vine damage. That's resisted damage, and it still came out to 3. Because I have a Hill Giant elixir on, so my strength is strength modifier is +5. It's my wisdom modifier plus my strength mod. The Librarian doesn't have Radiant Retort, seemingly. Oh. I have to keep telling myself not to, use my breath weapon. Heat metal would be real good here, too. But I'm concentrating. It's level 8. Now, once I have more HP, I'll start running around without critical hit immunity. This is so that I do want enemies to crit me in those situations. The half-orc racial feature, where you do an extra die on melee attacks that you crit with, that applies to retaliation. Also, Flesh Melter Cloak, it's a die roll. Fire Shield, that's another one. So they will get more damage die. That's even before Act 3, where I can introduce Dollar Amaris, which does work as well. Keep Shillelagh up. Unfortunate. What happens when you're scaling your attacks off of Charisma? So, scaling it off of +3 rather than +5. If I was doing a strength-focused martial setup, my preference is I would have +4 or +5 strength mod. Hey Salvangar, just finished my first playthrough yesterday. I quit it a year ago, pretty early in Act 1. As someone who's had zero D&D knowledge, felt super lost to all the combat options. I would encourage looking at it as, well, first of all, congrats on finishing your first playthrough. I hope you enjoyed it. But I would also encourage looking at it as not D&D. I know it's officially licensed D&D material. It's in the Forgotten Realms setting, which is the most popular D&D setting. I get it. But there are fundamental differences, and you're doing yourself a service by looking at them as different things. You don't need to be knowledgeable about D&D to do well in this game. It's just very much something that you take your time with. Hey Chernobyl, how are you? It sucks not being able to breath weapon here. There goes Agathis. Yeah, you shoot me, I take 2, you take 7. That's pretty nice. Maybe dash for lightning charges next turn. You good star power, this is ridiculous. What do you mean? How you doing, sorry. Reminds me of Neverwinter back when, played it growing up and loved it, was quite lost, learned D&D, made a lot more sense, still very different. I think that's the right attitude to have. My last turn of Cinder Snap reflexes. How many archers are still up? 2. We'll do a Blade Ward buffer this turn, I think. We'll get lightning charges next turn. Now if you hit me on this turn, I'm taking a quarter damage from the arrow. Or the bolt, rather. 1/4 and then subtracting 1. But they're missing me. All these new classes, different runs you have going on these days, instantly go hit the extension thing to get an idea of what's going on. Really unfortunate that doesn't work with patch 8 yet. Hopefully they are putting in the effort to fix that, because the extension's such a great feature. But feel free to ask. Happy to answer. An offer for a nerdy bar from my friend. You know, I have the money, he's experienced running a bar. Not sure if this is the way. Oh, I don't think I could give any useful advice there. Lightning charge damage on the Iron Bind. Love to see it. Hang out next to you. Blade Ward buffer. X damage? Yeah. With the Circle of Stars Hexblade build, looking up the subclasses in the wiki, felt pretty lost in the last duo streams. Okay, yeah, you can always ask what I'm trying to do. More in terms of all the effects, also didn't understand proficiency. So something that I would encourage, and this is seriously the most powerful thing you can do in the game. This is something so good that Larian was like, alright, we know this is impactful, let's get people to actually use it. And between their previous game, Divinity Original Sin 2, and this one, they moved it from being a skill to being a baseline thing. It's something you had to invest into in DOS 2, but you don't now. And it's the inspect button. Yeah, 2D Dudes got you there. It's the inspect button. You just hit inspect and you can see more information about anything. And then if there's something that you can get more information from in there, you can either hover over it or hover over it and then hit inspect on that too. And then it'll tell you what that means. And you can hit inspect on that too. And then you can hit inspect on that too. And you can hit inspect on that too. And you can just... That was a skill in Divinity Original Sin 2. It's something you had to level up to be able to get complete information about things. But in Baldur's Gate 3, you can just do it. There's nothing stopping you from doing that about absolutely everything. You don't ever need to rush, you can just do it. Inspect this. Present it. Okay, Kevin, that was not directed at you, but I'm proud of you for taking initiative. Hold on. He's decided my laptop bag is his new favorite bed. Let's turn Shillelagh, let's pick that back up. Hey Roxy, lurking while I play some QJRPGs, so I hope you have fun. Played DOS 2 in preparation for this, so glad I did. I never got into DOS 2 until after I was very deep into this game, and there's some things that I just didn't care for. So, maybe not for me. I'll probably give it another chance eventually, though. think I need to buffer. They're at low HP.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Don't push me. There we go. But the reason why that was slow is I couldn't use Callous Glow Ring, and I couldn't use my breath weapon. Well, I could have. I would just have to do math and make sure I don't die. So the problem is sometimes Radiant Retort triggers twice. So if I max rolled Dazzling Breath against a Radiant Vuln enemy, well, I would be hitting myself for 82 force damage, and I can't take 82 force damage.
What's hiding here?
Understand it pretty well now.
What can
Watched I got on
silence
YouTube,
the
otherwise I'll
lights on?
cast concentration spells every round. I think that's, I don't think you need a YouTube guide for that. I think engaging with the information on your screen is important. Now, there is a lot of it. I get that, but...
Quite a... s-
yeah. Okay, we have DJ Halfplate. And then over there, I don't think this is a Spear of Evening run. It is a Spear of Evening run. Purple DJ Halfplate for Act 3. Man, have I let Aelin live yet on this patch? I don't think I have. Feels bad, man. Let her resplend. Listen, I also want Big Lady to be resplendent. I hear you. Okay, so Druid level 7 gets me 4th level spellcasting. Having the ability to cast Stone Skin is mildly interesting. Problem is everything that uses non-magical weapons. Except for, like, I guess the Justiciars use non-magical weapons. I concentrate on that there. But I'd rather do protection from missiles and Blade Ward buffer. This does open up freedom of movement, so I don't have to have the ring equipped, but in terms of what I do have to have the ring equipped for still, it's like Balthazar's ghouls. That's it. Strange Ox, I'm not gonna let it hit me, so it's irrelevant there. I guess the ghouls in the Marcus fight too. But I can just wear the ring. Get magic club stuff going. That's a shillelagh weapon, isn't it? Gross. Part of me is also considering different level combinations. I need the Warlock level still for Armor of Agathis. Level 8 Druid would be nice because then I get a second feat and I can take Tough. What am I using for my higher level Druid spells? Currently, I think there's an argument for me going 3 Druid, 4 Cleric? Or no, 4 Druid, 3 Cleric. That picks me up 8. Keeps me at the same spellcasting level. So, net of plus 5 HP over where I am right now. I'd be running around at 72. What else do I pick up? I could have heavy armor proficiency that way. I think that's a solid temporary spec. Enjoy your lurk, Dave. Fell in love with Avard's Black Tentacles on my wizard run. Wish I could get Spike Growth to describe it, or Insect Plague Scroll. Yeah, those are good spells, yeah. My cat. Good buddy. I'm taking the weapons from the Dryad and the Woodwood for my own use.
Let's move.
These are both Shillelagh compatible weapons. Twisted Oak Crook in particular does a ton of damage. 3d6. But I think you have to two-hand it. Because it's only 1d6 if you one-hand it. Right? Yeah, it's only 1d6 if you one-hand it. So I would have to two-hand it. So it wouldn't be a Shillelagh thing. Real fast, how do you get their weapons? So, you know this preview button down here? I'm clicking it, it's making the side panels here fade away, so I can just see my character. And when I click it again, they fade back in. This happens on summons too. After a very brief period, the stuff goes away again because they don't want you looking at the gear panels here. But you do have time to mouse over and drag the weapon out of the slot before that happens.
My feet can carry me.
Thanks, you're welcome. Yeah, let's try out a respec. Consoles, alternate method of getting summon weapons is get the summons arrested with you. Their weapons will then be in the evidence chest. Nelson still just stand in the cup corner in this. Yeah, cool. Good.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
So I lose my super guidance by doing this respec. I'm not really using it anyway, that's fine.
I need a quick word.
Thou hast now a bosom companion. Recall. Fate, dost thou require a new ally? As the
Okay, so I think the order of operations here is I go 2 druid, then I go 1 cleric, then I go 1 warlock, then I go back to leveling the wisdom classes. This is just so I don't forget important things. Take the Thorn Whip and Shillelagh here. I think now's the time to lower my dex further. I could afford to lower my wisdom a little bit more. Holding hands with someone in a jail cell. This would be 16 strength. Because the Irage potion. I think I like this. So that's 16, 8, 16, 8, 12, 16. This is a temporary spec. I'm gonna go with insight and perception proficiency, I guess. The Luther with 2 Diva Maces could be fun. Yeah. I would rather do many other things, but it's certainly something different. Take Circle of the Stars. Now we take the Cleric level. Gonna take a domain that gets heavy armor. So that is Nature, Tempest, War, or Life. Death is so cool, but Tempest, and we're gonna pick an evil deity. Go with Lulth. Sure, why not? Blade Ward, Resistance. Guess Bursting Sinew. Do I want Thaumaturgy? Yeah, we'll take that. Pick up Religion and Medicine proficiency from Cleric. Flesh Rot, Blinding Sickness on self? Yes, Necro. That is the plan later on. Now we take our Hexblade dip. Or we'll take Booming Blade and Minor Illusion. Since we have Blade Ward from the Cleric level now, we can afford to grab Booming Blade. We pick up Armor of Agathis and Hex. Take another Cleric level. One more Cleric level. And we go back to Druid. I'll update the build command in a moment. Okay. Also like to self-rot, maybe need to respec so I can retaliate against my foes. and get the Warlock dip. What's with level 3 Cleric? So I now have heavy armor proficiency from Tempest Domain, so I can get crit immunity in my chest slot if I want it. Gives me flexibility, or crit immunity in my helmet slot, excuse me. Gives me flexibility in my chest slot. I also now have access to the Aid spell for more HP. So when I'm being hit, I can take more of that. I also pick up Silence, which is pretty nice. Sanctuary for emergencies. Good utility stuff here. Something like this. Reactions, ask. Bar is going to be very busy now. Let's correct this. Don't need wild shape on there. You can go all the way over there. Don't need that on the bar. There we go. Would the most valued class for going retaliation builds still be Lorebard? I think the answer to that gets a little complicated. Because Hexblade has a lot of value. Hexblade's Curse, it's also the means to pick up a lot of the core spells you need for the setup. There's an argument for Stars Druid for the protected concentration. I think the answer is a little more complicated now, Necro. Access to Fire Shield also. You gotta remember, Fire Shield you can get from scrolls. So, yeah, that's not ideal, but scrolls are more sustainable than using it from spell slots anyway, so even if having access to it in spell slots, I would still choose to use scrolls. And then, of course, you have the gear pieces. For Gore, does Elemental Infusion go on retorts? I don't remember. Morning or wellness check, how are you? So, I'll update build command in a moment. But now we can do this. 4th level aid, or an additional 15 HP. Don't need my star map one there. Lock, Booming Blade can go there. Can't sleep, still bound. Cool. Tons of projects due this week. Wanted to say hi before I went lurk. Hey, I appreciate the lurk. I appreciate you stopping in. I'm wishing you the best of luck and peak efficiency, etc. on your project. Edit build. So far we have 4 stars. 4 circle of stars. Druid. 3 Tempest Domain. Cleric. 1 Hexblade. Warlock. Alert. So now we have a lot more HP to work with. We deepened our utility spells. All we really lost access to was some of the higher level druid specific stuff, like we don't have our Call Lightning anymore, for example. But meh. We don't have the super guidance anymore, but meh, that's once per long rest, and I don't long rest. Slap on a 3rd level Agathis. And let's go pick a fight. Oh, let me Starry form as well. Do self-same. I have Father's Embrace on me. Sick.
The bowl contains an ancient...
There we go. Down to 14 AC, still have crit immunity. Don't have damage reduction right now, but that's okay.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
I was quite playing this multiplayer game solo today. Hey, kidda.
Everyone else minds their business.
8 decks, baby. Now, dexterity is the most desirable stat in the game, and I am intentionally getting it as low as possible on this build, specifically because it makes my armor class lower. We want that.
Out of sight, out of mind. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Used Hellish Rebuke on me, which caused them to take Iron Vine damage. And they also took Oakfather's Embrace damage. A Bludgeoning Bone from Amulet of the Unworthy. I took 1 damage in that exchange.
Time to press ahead.
Could go for Cloaker, I'd rather wait on that. That front door group at Moonrise seems more reasonable now. Didn't know Quag's infinite backlog included the same game multiple times. Hey, I'm playing a lot of Oblivion off stream. Love that game. Cloaker, I'm listening. Fire Shield's not available. Scroll. I should really have a scroll before dealing with This guy. Let's see if Ro is selling. Remember the arcane charge might test? No. I'll go grab those now. Or, let me sell some stuff. Good call. Gotta change Stella's drip too. You're just wearing the regular clothes? Can't have that.
What's up for discussion?
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Sell more.
Where do you hail from?
I was a farrier in Dissaring. The absolute war drums beat loud.
Guess I could
in
bring
your
Minthara to talk to
chest.
Raj
How
whenever.
may I serve?
Trading a great axe for an arrow of darkness. Satisfying. Is the desk shitting offer still on the table? Send Taco Bell's ammunition. Yeah, sure thing, Danny. I learned from the best. Messi the Goblin taught me how to do poopmancy. I'll use my powers for
Brothers,
vengeance.
sister, pray with me while we wait. You did.
It's shitting a cantrip.
Fully formed. Can you hear her?
Judges?
Many hearts, one soul, of many thoughts.
Ever at your service.
Shitting refreshes once per long rest normally. Like, some subclasses definitely have more access to uses of the ability. Hey Sal. Shitting's a cantrip. If you use it more than 5 times per long rest, you gain 1 local exhaustion. Booming butt cheeks. Oh yeah, big lady. The texture kind of doesn't know what to do here. I don't care. Big lady. Great texture, I can take over. If you pick up the Crone's Feet at level 4, is it just an action refresh? Yeah, but you have like a constitution penalty for that. So it's definitely something you have to build around.
And all. Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit
Arcane
of
bolstering
trade, I hope.
boots.
Come.
Gotta run a test with those. Alright, stomach, relax. I know you're eager to help Danny. I get it. We'll get there. Is this door okay? Make sure it's actually closed. What happens if Moonrise kill Ro at the Goblin Camp? Nothing. Just means Ro isn't here. I would advise not doing that, though. Because that means Roa never stocks her Act 2 items. Some of which are very, very desirable. Go all the way down to 12 AC with Potent Robe. Why would I? Shouldn't. You want to stick with Adamantine for the DR here, I think.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Confirm something.
Witnessed assault.
Phantasmal Killer definitely no longer action refresh. Just wanted to double check. Saved. Fine. Let's see. Didn't smite. There's the smite. Don't see Arcane Charge. There you go, he died.
Need to find a way forward.
Maybe try if they use Thunder Smite. Yeah, I'll leave one guard alive for that. That should do it. Thunder Smite should. Equip that, I don't want Bludgeoning Bolt. Yeah, I don't have Armor of Agathis anymore, so that did less damage, but still an amount of damage. Ironvine right now.
Another parasite.
Hex, Callous Glow,
It might be useful.
Hexblade's Curse. Getting hit build working out alright? Yeah. Working out great. We made this paladin over here one-shot himself. That was cool.
It's been a long day.
Just gonna heal. It should apply to Guiding Bolt Retort. Yeah, I just didn't have Arcane Charge when that happened. Yeah, I'll keep it on. I'll forget. Current setup in terms of gear changes often, but Flawed Helldusk Helmet, Adamantine Scale, Flesh Melter Cloak, Fleet Fingers, Boots of Arcane Bolstering. No Amulet at the moment, but I was doing Unworthy before. Ring of Free Action, which isn't really doing anything for me right now. Callous Glow, Twisting Branch, which is just kind of funny to have. Ironvine Shield, Titan String Bow. The stuff that's actually doing the work here is Flesh Melter Cloak, Callous Glow, Titan String Bow, Ironvine Shield. The rest are just kind of there. But also need to be point blank or have a summon threaten. Yeah, they need to have the threaten condition. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do some more focus testing on that at a later date. Currently, I'm healing off of my Minor Illusion. I'm hitting it with my weapon. It's getting Hexblade's Curse. It's dying. So I heal. How's Tide String factoring in? So, if an archer shoots me, the bonus Titan String goes on the retaliation effect that Ironvine does. So currently with my strength modifier at +5, if an archer shoots me, they take my wisdom plus my strength modifier, so 7 damage. And Callous Glow means 9 damage. If they're hexed, 1d6 necrotic damage. If I have lightning charges, another 1 damage.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called monsters.
Maintained too. The curse cannot be allowed to touch the Absolute's hall.
As you say.
It is decisive.
Manage on wisdom. We're gonna go for the insight here. Also gonna warp headband and mind reading in case I need to go for detect thoughts.
General Thorm's prayers and preparations.
I get around to no shopping, no loot, and run 1 hexblade means don't have to worry about healing. No vendors, yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah,
Keep watch
it
and
certainly
ensure
helps.
that nobody passes.
At least between combats.
Excellent timing, true
Hey,
soul.
Blue Collar Nerd. How are you? How's it going today? It took a bit to warm up,
The goblins.
but it's
tell me
going
how
well.
they suffered.
Going well.
No, better yet.
The build is up and running. We made a Moonrise Paladin one-shot himself without our full damage. So that was cool.
In a blaze of excitement. Tongues of psychic flame.
Big ladies, big
the
ladies.
memory of the
With their tongues.
goblins dying by your hand.
I see you like to handle underlings physically. So do I.
Sounds like being your underling would be quite enjoyable.
For a while, but I get bored of people awfully quickly. Let's see if you can hold my interest.
She parts the folds of your mind again.
Big ladies part and folds.
Hopes.
An Arcanist with Booming Blade got empowered evocation for the fire shields. This is a known thing. So their empowered evocation applied to fire shield. Yeah, that's known. Yeah, spell melee attack roll hits fire shield, gets empowered evocation. Yeah. The problem with that is like making that happen in the player's favor. There's not too many enemies that will do melee spell attack rolls. It's like inflict wounds users, contagion users, Thunder Smite users. Zarella Paladin that rises high. She's a warlock. Distract her with thoughts of your sweet moments with Will.
Forget your love. I have 17 husbands scattered across the coast.
I didn't know that.
They are mere meat.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
With the absolute, your fantasy
audition
more
or
real than flesh. The pleasures of the mind can surpass those of the body. I have already been blessed to stand in her presence. It was bliss. She gave me everything.
Time for the 18th though? Time for the 18th? Yeah, yeah. Or buying these. Expensive, but I don't want her to have them.
Why not? But I can. And the bet that's it.
XP negative to have her kill Gloric for me, but I want to focus on fighting her.
The closer you'll be to the answers you see.
There is the relic, but we have lost contact with him.
Exactly was this relic?
She's suddenly nervous.
Defeated insight.
On edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
Go over to Eagle Splendor. Cool.
General Thorm will not leave Moonrise without it.
Maybe more support.
Talk to the bugbear. Take one, but don't.
Killing Gloric myself would have been better, but I'm rusty in actually fighting Zarel. I've only done it once in like the last year because she was broken for a while. I'll make sure I'm properly equipped. I keep slashing res from unworthy, I think. Or do I actually I want advantage on wisdom. We'll go arcane bolstering here.
Witnessed assault.
She has backlash. I'm trying to figure out if I care. Let's see. Counterspell. That's fine. I'm expecting Cone of Cold. No, Black Hole. That's also fine. Get me. Yeah, she could have done meaningful damage if she chose Cone of Cold, but she didn't. We get the money back that I just spent on buying the scrolls, and we get her shield, which is a use of Fire Shield. And it's even Fire Shield Chill. So the one more compatible with current build. Arcane Charge might apply to Backlash. It absolutely should. I just kept forgetting to dash there. I keep forgetting. Let me find a zealot to try this on. Use this guy. Wait for the scrying eye to not be here.
Interesting times. Breathing. Cutting to the chase.
I don't need any attention right now. You were witnessed assaulting.
Have arcane charge. He's not wet, but I think that's fine. Yep. Arcane charge on Fire Shield Chill. Arcane charge on Armor of Agathis. Arcane charge on Flesh Melter Cloak. Arcane charge on Ironvine Shield. The other instance, he has great weapon fighting style, so that's what that reroll showing up there is. Karlach alive? She's not. That's how I have the Infernal Robe.
What path lies before me?
Yeah, that would have been even stronger if I had actually stuck Hexblade's Curse, but it's okay. Am I alive? Are you? I think you are. Hope so, anyway. Mason's Guild? Yeah, I feel okay about that.
Gods, what's that smell?
Gorilla.
Salt kiln, unfinished sculptures, stone fragments. Masons worked here.
Gonna try them out before my Evo Stars run died. Arcane Charge boots. Or another thing you could crowbar in with like gear swapping as well, because you can just pre-dash to get the condition and then swap the psionic movement, get that, and then get lightning charters from Speedy Light Feet. You could in theory have all three of those active at once on Retaliation. It's just very input heavy to do. Feel half dead this morning like I didn't wake up. I get that. I do be like that sometimes.
That's curious.
Come on, open up.
Oh yeah, I have 8 decks. What am I doing trying to lockpick things? Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
What's that?
Kind of fucked up. Maximizing XP from an optimization aspect, killing off a character has an actual death wish extremely early. Yeah. Like, you could get... In a non-region lock setting, it's equally optimal to take out Astarion or Lae'zel. It just would be at later points in time. More so Astarion than Karlach, though. More so Astarion than Lae'zel, rather. Gain charge not relevant here. Guess I could have had both of them with that, but that was still cool. Yeah, only 75%. I rolled it too, so having good accuracy wouldn't have prevented that. Lae'zel early is XP negative. Depends on how early. Because as of patch 8, the book in Moonrise, the disc, is no longer tied to Lae'zel. You can read it without her. So, depending on how you handle Voss, that'll decide when dealing with Lae'zel is actually XP negative. Like, Voss showing up in your camp, that is tied to Lae'zel. Didn't know they made that change? Yeah, it's a good one. And Voss himself is 400, which you can get without him showing up in your camp, but the raider he brings with him is 75. So even if you do everything so that you get Voss knockout XP, you get Cadenos kill XP, you get that stuff in Act 1, technically there is still 75 XP tied to Lae'zel that requires the long rest for Voss showing up. But as soon as you've done that, then you can sacrifice her and you don't lose anything anymore. In reading the Moonrise book in patch 7, I mean she had to be alive to read it. Right. In patch 8, you don't need her in any capacity. In patch 7, just nothing would happen if you picked it up. No, it's not a good one. Not being able to dig unless you pass the check to spot the buried chest. But you can. You can dig, Tweedledoo. Tactic. How you doing? You joined Circle Stars Druid's worth a try? Yeah, I think that Stars Druid, once it gets more popular, is going to be a very popular 2-level dip at the very least. It's unavailable every time I try it. So that's a different bug. Sometimes your shovel just doesn't work at all. On current patch, just drop it and pick it back up. You can dig even if you don't pass the checks. Patch 8 introduced, as the other chatters there are indicating, introduced a thing.
I'll strike you down.
Nice to know. Experienced trouble with shovel being not available many times. It's very annoying. I don't even know how they managed to break that. You think that shadow's okay? So my concentration broke because wraiths suppress nearby light, and your starry form is considered as a light source. So once I move away from this wraith, I get my starry form back online, but until then I don't have it. Hey Sage, how goes it? It's going well. See, it's back online. Where is... There you are.
Seems simple enough.
Never really been a druid girly, but Stars Druid just make me curious. It's so good. There's so many things you can do with it. Ooh. I'm very easily amused. Like, very easily amused. Alright, let's get actual damage. I have to scale this off of my strength. Just open. Gotta roll good. Good roll is coming. It's coming. Hey, Mark. Coming. Look, first try. I totally could have just used the Dryad's staff. Listen, we don't have to talk about it. Wasting all the bad rolls and hitting the chest? Yeah, all part of the plan. Does Corvin token boost fly speed actually works? Like, you can fly further, flying costs less movement speed. It is, flying can go 3 meters further, but it only works while you're polymorphed. Like, that's the part the game isn't clear about. The flight distance increase only applies while you are currently wild-shaped in the Slayer form, you know, using the polymorph from the Corvin token itself. It doesn't work on your flight. You get the feather fall, but you don't get the other part. Starry forms don't count as being poly, right? I mean, in the better. They do count for the purpose of certain gear pieces. I have not tested Starry form and Corvin token, actually, Necro. That's a good question. So you don't have to pass perception there. If you have repulsor, just stand there, and you repulsor that through the wall.
What's inside?
Debating if I'd go for level 9 pre-mountain pass. I don't think I do. Am I really gonna try to fuck with Voss on this run? I don't think I will. Like, that's a lot, man. So I can only get away with using Twisting Branch like this while I have a Hell Giant on. For those guys, I probably switch to a Psychic Res. Oh yeah, I gotta see if Starry Form goes away when you region travel. I think it does. But that could have been bad memory. Yeah, it does.
Have to keep going.
I'll just be sparing in terms of when I reapply it. We toss the
Welcome
milkers?
back. Have you
No.
made any new discoveries? I do enjoy a
No.
good
I think we
bargain.
talked to
If
milkers.
anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Can sell off those. Do I need anything else Blurg is selling? Not urgently, I suppose. Having a glyph would be nice, but money.
Welcome back. Have you...
I greet you, sunchild.
One day I'm gonna pick that option. Very scared of it. I do enjoy a good bargain.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Does not get old. Shocker from Spider-Man the Animated Series, the 90s cartoon. There's a couple instances where, out of nowhere, Spidey just starts overacting. Like, a lot. But it's so fucking funny. Like, to give you some context there, Shocker was just doing regular Villain of the Week shit. Nothing crazy, but Spidey goes, like, from 0 to, alright, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like, oh, okay. It's so good. That's Spider-Man's voice? Uh-huh. That is Spider-Man. Why does the game ask you how many items you want to move? What do you mean? Why doesn't it? Oh. Debating if I want to start stocking up on cultivation elixirs. Particularly third level ones allow me to just keep getting good Agathis going. So I'll grab one. Have some invis. Some hill giants. Maybe doing pretty okay resource-wise. I could maybe use some more heals. I've got plenty of stuff to sell, so I'm willing to get a little spendy here. Just a little spendy. I haven't dealt with Ethel yet, have I? Keeping her around for water access. Reminds me I should go buy more water. Oh, I haven't spoken to her ever. Okay. Let's introduce ourselves. Don't embarrass me, chat.
I don't. Gods grant me patience. Eat up, Mayrina. I won't say it again. And that wriggler swimming in. What do you say? Want me to. Quiet. And you.
Yeah, we're gonna leave her up for a while. We can buy water from Ethel. And no one else sells it until Act 3. Auntie's juices. Yeah, we won't be partaking of the well this run. Hey JP, how are you? Rested, recovered, I hope. Congrats on your marathon stream. JD was doing a charity stream. Ended up doing something like 30-something hours. Hell of a session.
This calls for careful footwork. Can't risk being in open view. Moving in.
Minor illusion in one place. So the thing with these guys is, I am a little scared of Ironbound Pursuit. Not as scared as I should be, given I'm, like, in range of them, you know? But a little scared. I'm supposed to boom and blade there. I'm intelligent. Hit me. Thank you. I didn't get my starry form back. Whoops. Whoopsie. Dragon. Which, thankfully, is on bonus action. We can Blade Ward buffer. Raise double my gold too. Great work. That's awesome stuff. Not wearing the right ring. That's fine. Returns. That's okay. She got. Potent Robe applied. Potent Robe applied to their open wounds damage, triggering Iron Bind. I didn't realize that was a cantrip. That's fun. That's incredibly funny. Just toying with him.
Don't waste a step.
Such an interesting multi-class. Third level cleric for just for second level spells. 2 levels for heavy armor, destructive wrath makes sense. Yep. Third level is for access to aid. I currently have a 4th level aid cast on myself. And this is a temporary multi-class. I likely, once I hit character level 9, I go back to an 8-1 split, giving up my heavy armor proficiency, instead taking the tough feat. It's likely what I do. We'll see if I adhere to that. I remember fighting the spider, so we should be good on that front. Oh yeah, these guys should still be over here. Check Cyril for bombs. What level are we? We're level 8. Pretty freshly level 8. Hey Twister, how are you? Long-term reminder for the build is we will have primarily Druid investment so that I can get Contagion. Druid level 9 is Contagion. I want to deal with a GIF in my current condition. I could handle them. Bonkin. I can handle him. 3rd level Agathis. Pearl of Power not available. Haven't really been making use of Shovel, but let's have her here as a just in case. Just Psychic Res. Don't need Oakfather's Embrace right now. Is more in a short rest potion? I don't think it does. Go use heals. Or I could use heals. Do this. Ever try to do any of the big bosses with the shovel only? Kind of far she gets? No, I value my time. Plan to respec stats as well, more into wisdom to rely on more high level druid spells? No. Wisdom is a bad stat and I don't need it. In fact, the only reason I have wisdom this high right now is for Ironbind shield damage. It's the only reason. Because I don't benefit more by putting that into intelligence. It's in the middle of my tactician attempt to try the Malice Thorn fight for RP reasons. Playing Shadowheart, in the Shadowheart solo. Got down just Thorn, guaranteed win, got him place he was stuck into the root thing. Just spam cantrips from above, the mid cantrip spam, the game crashed. Oh, well. It'd be like that, yeah. Unfortunately, game stability. It's a concern. I take the cleric dip. Aid. 4th level aid. It's 15 extra HP. Also heavy armor proficiency. Also more cantrips. I now have room to take Booming Blade. This is a temporary spec.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Breathing, despite everything. I wonder if this is worth the cost.
for peace. Very well.
I have an oil of accuracy. Make one. Really don't want to miss this attack.
Never a dull moment.
I'm not trying to make Voss and Cadena stay here. I would be adding an additional step
Look at that
if
beast.
that were the goal.
Seems almost too big to fly.
Our queen.
Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now.
Nah, no, we got it. Snap, not available. Need an actual short rest for that, that's fine. What do I concentrate on instead? Have fire resistance. Do they have shock and grasp? I don't think so. Yeah, maybe I'll just concentrate on Hex then. Okay. Yeah, just Hex, he says.
I expect you to hold on your sword if you do. These, and as for you,
Two archers. I think I get the most value out of drinking a speed pot. Shoot a darkness arrow at the archers. And then blade ward buffering. But I'll shoot this first. I actually don't think I need the buffer. Because I have slashing res covered, I have psychic res covered. Archers will hurt, but we'll be okay. So instead of getting Hex online yet, water bottle there. One shot himself. Hoping you wouldn't make it that far, but that's okay. Their elevator's rude. Calculated.
Death's close at hand.
No, it's not. You're fine. I could dismiss Starry Form and then Wild Shape into something for safety. That's the play. Yeah, can't do shit to me in here. So we heal up.
Just out of view.
Hide. Shillelagh, hide. Heal. Gear to change. Lightning charges. So these close calls, HP buffer is helping me. That aid upcast that I had, that's why I survived that. I wouldn't have approached the fight in that way without that 8 HP, but it mattered. I made use of it.
Unusual runes are etched on the slate, forming an array of arcs and circles. Magic, and the slate also
Sarth Baretha's greatsword. It is a +1 Githyanki greatsword that does have an extra D4 of psychic damage if you're a Gith. So, like, it's in the family with Soulbreaker Greatsword and Silver Sword of the Astral Plane. So even if you're not getting Silver Sword, getting this one in Act 1 is extremely good. That's very good damage. And remember, this is a +1 weapon. Slightly more accurate than non-magical weapons. It gets through non-magical resistances. And a little bit more damage. It's very good for this point in the game. By this point in the game, I mean when you run into these Gith while you're in Act 1.
Ready.
Change Baretha's skin tone. She's always looked like this. Build video tonight. Ooh, nice. So now that's taken care of. I could go to Mountain Pass. Going from the Shadow Curse Lands entrance so I could save the tier 3 still makes sense. This is Potent Robe, temp HP I have right now. Let's get Agatha's temp going. Starry Form going away on region travel is annoying, I will say. we go with this. See if there's a mod for Hades 1 that implements some Hades 2 stuff. That'd be really cool. Like, I would like to see, obviously, it's not that simple, but it reminds me of, like, the mod that, lets you play Fallout 3 in New Vegas in one playthrough, like, on one character. Being able to play Hades 1 and 2 in one game would be so fucking cool.
Very well.
Heapside narrows at night. Stone. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Hey, Aragorn Kisser. Love that Fallout mod, YouTube Tenkaichi Budokai. Yeah, it's really cool.
Anything you want to say? Anytime.
Alright, so we did that. Now we go to Shadowed Battlefield. We enter the Shadow Curse lands this way. Or not the Shadow Curse lands, excuse me, the Mountain Pass. Played Hades 2 in a bit, probably gonna wait for 1.0 at this point. 1.0 should be, like, relatively soon. Within the next couple months, I think it's supposed to be. Played with Festive Fog, and Athena ruined it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Caravan came from here. They won't be needing this place again.
May as well have this equipped in a region travel, huh? Okay, so by going into the mountain pass this way, I'm bypassing the exploration spot that's between the Goblin Camp slash Joaquin's Rest entrance and the waypoint where Esther hangs out. So as long as I don't go in that area for a while, I can save that spot. And the reason why I want to save that spot in particular is, yes, it is exploration XP, and almost all exploration spots scale with character level, but that's the tier 3 exploration XP. So same as the monastery front door, meaning if I manage to save that one for level 10, it's 660 XP. Yeah. Back to Lurkin. I appreciate you stopping in, Moo. Looking forward to what you cook, your meal. I can words. I'm not old. I could straight up fight the ghouls and death shepherds now, to be honest. Making exploration XP level dependent's a weird design choice. I mean, most players don't even think about it or know about it. And level 11 before Merkel was achieved without routing around that. So I don't think it matters, ultimately. I think it's a cool thing to optimize around. If your logic there is that it's a weird design choice because it has you play in weird ways to optimize around it, that's why it's a good design choice. It is average, it's your party's level average rounded down. Determines what you get from the spot. Hey Mad Mac, how are you? Some have a level override too. Right, like the one in Last Light Inn has a level override. I guess the Karlak Origin exclusive one has a level override too, huh? Technically speaking.
Don't waste a step.
Also a fun thing to do because it gives many routing ideas based on your runs. Yeah. I think it's a good thing. Those are the nastiest split. Gales doesn't have a level override, which makes him the most profitable exploration character. The problem is, solo Gale can't do Elminster. Unless we can still try to figure that problem out. So... still negative. Overall. For now. Well, sounds like Elminster fix that with Gale Origin. So there's the issue, Necro, is if you have not had the orb stabilized, Origin Gale just dies when you walk into Moonrise Towers. Now, if you have a second person there to revive them, I think you're fine after that, but like you just hit a scripted death trigger on the entering Moonrise. New non-lethal constructs. I don't think you can. I know you can't with Undead. Hey, you went around. Hello. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't notice. What you got? It actually nauseated me. You doing today? Doing okay, Gage. A little brain foggy, but might be like that sometimes. How are you? Switch to a poison res elixir. It's gonna remove my nausea and give me immunity to it. And Elminster stabilizing Orb and Camp Moonrise, and Gale didn't die there. It's if Gale personally, physically, as the Origin character, walks into Moonrise without having talked to Elminster, to the best of my current knowledge, die on the spot. Specifically, Origin Gale. This doesn't happen with Companion Gale. What are you puking up? It's gross, man. Don't bury that with that shirt. Don't do it. I see you considering it. Paralyzed, then dies. Retaliation build fully online? Yeah, it is. Always do bodies in the bag here so the fight won't last this long. Yeah, it's fun to do it all sorts of different ways. But the bodies in the bag trick does work. What's my spell save DC? 12? Oh. I will take my Iron Bind damage. Whoa, oopsie. Oh, that's fine, you can have that. Hey Cat, how's it going? It's going well. A couple close calls today, but nothing like that to get the blood pumping. Gonna propose some filth. I'll let you cook. Land Druid, Owlbear, Spike Growth with Aura of Murder. Yeah, that's gross. Very, very much locked to one area, but gross. I think I'm more interested in, Fire Myrmidon for that kind of thing. Because you could do, like, Fire Myrmidon, Blade Song, Spike Growth.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
And it's just funny. I don't need Poison Res anymore. Chip Colossus.
That's not going to work.
Where possible, roll with advantage. That's just what I was doing. Or a Murder Insect Plague. Climax condition only stays on the first turn wild shape in my testing. Ah, good to know. Probably won't do it since Tavern Brawler wild shape was ruined in patch 8. Yeah, I don't really have too much interest in ever taking Tavern Brawler on a wild shape build for anything other than showing why that should never have been allowed to be changed the way it was, but thinking out loud is still fun. Maybe they revert it in a hotfix? Absolutely not. Should never have happened, but they're not gonna go back on that. Don't enjoy the owlbear out damaging almost everything possible. It doesn't, Tweedledope. It never has. Owlbear has always been even shit compared to other wild shapes. What I don't enjoy is changes being made as if that wasn't the case. It's still not holding a candle to what an actual build is doing, but like simply the idea of, okay, Tavern Brawler, this thing that increases unarmed damage, is now going to make turning into any wild shape make your poisons stronger. Like, we're now in this weird area where the optimal poison user is taking Halcyon, respecking him into 11 levels of Eldritch Knight and 1 of Hexblade, and then giving him the hat that gives him a wild shape charge. So you have him shoot someone with a poison, give them disadvantage from Eldritch Knight features, also have him apply Hexblade's Curse to them. And then you have him stack the poison, then you have him turn into his bear form, and then you sit there with Tavern Brawler on, so that you add another 7 damage to your poisons just from being in wild shape. Like, that's fucking stupid. And it's something that I can't opt out of, because I took Tavern Brawler for its actual properties before patch 8, for the accuracy in wild shape builds, and for the stat increase outside of wild shape, but now I can't do that. Yeah, they took away the barrier between Honor Mode Tavern Brawler and Tactician below Tavern Brawler, and I prefer how it worked in Honor Mode before because it was sane. Mazda reverted? Yeah, I will probably be using that if I ever decide to play that again. Like I said, like I've said before, there's a bunch of mods to revert certain difficulty decreases made to the game that I plan on using. And ones that don't exist yet, I might even commission. I might actually pay people to unnerf the House of Grief for my own use.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Is someone crying?
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it.
Free, nice.
Stay away from the Githyanki.
Moon Druid always been like my least favorite druid subclass, not a huge deal for me. Land Druid and Spores Druid, more my playstyle, but all druids have Wild Shape. Wild Shape was ruined for all of them. All of them have the ability to. Like, it's still a tool on each. I know you're expressing your subjective preference, but like, this is like how sometimes people will say, let's say hypothetically, let's say they just took the main hand attack action, they took this, and they cut the damage in half. For absolutely no reason, but they cut it in half across the board for everybody in the game. Just main hand attack, let's say they cut that in half. You would have some players being like, well, I'm a wizard, so it's not a big deal for me. And it's like, this still affects you. That's just a tool you are choosing not to use that you could, that would make your character stronger. That's the mentality. to engage these Gith. So I flew around the trigger. Instead of walking down here, Sean dammit, I used a flight scroll and an invis potion. I flew up top, and then I walked around, and then I flew down from directly up here. Then I opened with a Cone of Cold scroll that I happen to have picked up. And the reason we did that is so that I can kill these 3 cultists. 2 of them are coded to run away outside of the turn order, but all 3 of them are worth XP. Umbrella changes don't apply to Air Myrmidon or other wild shapes that use weapons, right? So you can avoid the ones that use unarmed attack. So let's talk about, let's avoid the wild shapes that don't use weapons. What wild shapes can you do? Let's see. Let me pull up wild shape here. And yes, it is absolutely necessary for me to hammer this point home. So, all wild shapes use weapons except for Air Myrmidon, Fire Myrmidon, Water Myrmidon. Air, Fire, and Water are only available to Circle of the Moon Druids, and all of those are only available at level 10. Use Wild Shape when you're not a Moon Druid? Blasphemy? Yeah, I actually use my tools. I engage with my character's kit. It's crazy, huh? So, assuming you are not a Moon Druid, get fucked. Can't use Wild Shape under those circumstances. Super XP route, like 11-4 Merkle just for funsies? Well, 11-4 Merkle is kind of my baseline. I always get that. I'm not going incredibly hard on XP, but there are optimizations I like to make because it lets me have more of my build online for more of the run. Oh no. Weapon dropped.
So the Githyanki aren't fond of the cultists. Could be a good thing.
Another step forward.
Oh yeah, let's continue this wild shape discussion. Yes, I use wild shape on non-moon druids. Not super commonly on spores, because I have an entirely different use for the charges, but let's talk about land druid. If you are not wild shaping, you have absolutely no use for those charges. So you are just sitting there and letting a resource do nothing. A resource that allows you to. Let's go through the list. Badger, you can burrow into areas. This is effectively, you can spam Misty Step, just in this form. So for non-combat purposes, this is amazing. Also, you can use the burrow as an attack if you so choose. Spider has really good jump distance, can make web surfaces, so also good for getting around the map, also good for escaping scenarios. Remember, you can wild shape to get a different HP pool if you're about to die. That could allow you to survive something that you wouldn't have normally. Wolf shape can set up forced crits for your allies or yourself. So you can wild shape into a wolf, click exposing bite, drop your wild shape, and you now have a forced crit set up for free. I mean, free at the cost of using your class resources. Cat wild shape is minor illusion at home. So if you don't have minor illusion, you have this. And then these are my stars druid shapes. Those are just the ones you get by druid level 4. That is not including the likes of Rothe, which is an AoE monster. Rothe shape has a charge attack that hits every enemy in the path and moves you, doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, works with extra attack, and if they fail a save, they get knocked prone. I highly encourage using wild shapes, just in general. Not saying do a wild shape build, but they're powerful tools. Oh, look, there's a minor illusion behind you. Oh, failed my investigation check. The community fixation on the owlbear is so frustrating. Yeah, the owlbear isn't even the leader in what it is perceived to do. It's not tankier than a Sabertooth. Its AoE doesn't compare to the Rothe. It's got less mobility than almost all of the other ones. It loses in damage to Panther, Sabertooth, Myrmidons. Briefly loses to Wolf. So cute, though. That's valid. It is. Find Smite of Wild Shapes. I hate it. I hate that you're right.
Looks like an ambush.
So Grimishka have evasion. I'm gonna click my breath weapon anyway. I don't expect results though. Like the owlbear's fear, you never see anyone talking about it. No one talks about using fear in general. It's true. It's featured in Honor Among Thieves since it's popular. I think you're overestimating the impact of that film, though I did enjoy that film, Jay Gaming. I would say it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say most of the player base of this game has not seen it. But it was fun. To be honest, community's fixation on owlbear form came about from owlbear from the top rope. Yeah, it's something that other wild shapes can also do. Continuing to prove the point. You can also do that with a Rothe. Like, it also just works. You get the Rothe sooner than you get the owlbear. I've done it with the Slayer form. You don't even have to be a druid to do it. Other wild shapes in top rope Grim? Yes. Why do we think other wild shapes can't? It's just a weight thing. It's just having the jump angle, having the weight, which you can do with other wild shapes. There's even a speed run strat using regular bear form of top rope Merkle. Yes, Choco, you're absolutely right. That was the Merkle strat for a while. Just regular bear. Didn't think anything else weighed as much because you never tried or because you never looked? Bit of both. There you go. And that's where a lot of these things come from. Think about the speak with dead scene whenever you spell the game. Me too, Nico. That was genuinely hilarious. Might also have a little to do with a lot of people fighting the owlbear in the cave. It likes to jump on you from up high sometimes. Perchance. That's a good point, Gage. That's a good point. Probably goes back to some players think you can only do certain things in certain classes, i.e. you can only punch with monk, only melee with fighter, etc. Good point. Rant? What we ranting about, Blue Collar? Current topic? Cat, what are you doing, man? I don't usually play Warlock. How to get the most value in my spell slot? I would encourage only burning a spell slot when you know you're either going to get it back shortly or when you know you get long-term value out of that. I have bad decks. I shouldn't be doing this. So, like, for example, Hex is a great use of a Warlock spell slot because you can just keep concentrating on it. You put Hex on someone, you kill them. You're concentrating on reapply Hex. You can put it on someone else, and you could keep doing that indefinitely as long as your concentration doesn't break. That's really good mileage out of a Warlock spell slot. Armor of Agathis is an uncommon spell. It's not on a lot of spell lists, so using that from Warlock spell slot to give you a retaliation effect and a ton of temp HP. Remember, your Warlock spell slots are automatically upcast to your highest level, because that's how Warlock spell slots work. So once you're level 9, both of your spell slots are 5th level. Always. You don't have to upcast because they're just cast at that level. Once you hit level 11, you get your 3rd spell slot. So you'll have 3 5th level spell slots. Which allows you to do a lot of cool stuff. But I would encourage going for things that give you long-term value, or things that are really, really offensively relevant. For example, clicking Flame Strike on a Fiend Warlock, very strong. Clicking a high-level Scorching Ray against a paralyzed target, very strong. I would say don't waste on things like, you'll see people cast Darkness from their Warlock spell slot. You don't have to do that, you could just use a scroll. Casting Invis from a spell slot, unless you really need multiple people to go Invis right now, it's not worth it. Cloud of Daggers. Cloud of Daggers, depending on the status of your spell slot, it could be worth because it is upcast. So yeah, I would say using Cloud of Daggers from your slot, if you only have 2nd level slots, you could use a scroll instead. But if you have 3rd level slots, well, that's very, very good damage. Hunger of Hadar is worth your slot. That's, again, a very uncommonly available spell. It is only Warlocks, Lore Bards, high-level Bards, and people using the Acid Attunement of Marco Heshkir in Act 3. Very uncommon spell. Dissonant Whispers. Dissonant Whispers is really good because it, you always get something. It is a save for half effect, but it's not on a dex save, so there's no evasion to make people take 0. You're always getting something out of it. It's high damage, it's psychic, so it's not very commonly resisted, and if they fail to save, they're also frightened. It's also a crowd control effect. Dissonant Whispers is incredibly good. That would be specifically for Great Old One Warlock, but still relevant. Now here's another spell not to cast. Fireball. Don't cast Fireball from your Warlock spell slot. If you're playing Fiend and you picked up Fireball, don't do it. Fireball's a shit spell. Yes, I'm sorry for everyone who has fun with Fireball. You can still have fun with it. It's bad. And this is not a hyperbolic. It's bad. It's literally less effective than shooting fire arrows using alchemist fires, particularly if you're playing like a hexblade or something, and you can boost the alchemist fire damage. It is incredibly inefficient relative to like most other things. This was 2 days ago. Trade was going to the Joaquin's Rest fight with the fists. And he had a fireball scroll, and he was like, fuck it, I'll use it. Didn't kill anyone. Threw an alchemist fire. Everybody died. Until you can upcast Fireball to something like 5th level, its damage is not worth it. And like by the time you can upcast it to 5th level, you have better things to use in that spell slot. For example, Scorching Ray. Flame Strike. Flame Strike is 2 instances of damage, half of it is radiant. So you have a lot of favorable gear interactions with that. Yelling out Alchemist Fire doesn't have the same impact as yelling Fireball, though. That's fair enough. This cat clearly needs food, because he puked it all out, so I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. Here, I'm not even giving you a BRB or anything. Ow. Ow. Everything hurts. Everything is awful. Ow. Alright, come here. Just annoying. Is that giving you too much credit, Cat? No, he doesn't seem to be hungry. Also, yeah, I totally just stepped in that. Ugh. I'm an elemental arrow hater, DC 12 can go fuck itself, I'll die on this hill. Funny thing is, when you can upcast it a lot, smoke powder arrows are available. Oh yeah, and smoke powder arrows are just better, yeah. They only require you having a bow equipped. I don't think I've ever heard someone actually say they thought Fireball was good, even in D&D. Just usually see memes and whatnot. There have been a couple of people over on the subreddit. I know the subreddit, the build subreddit, who have been very obstinate, and they are willing to die on the hill that Fireball is better than Spirit Guardians in all situations. They didn't even say sometimes. They said always. And it's like... Ah. Really? Really? This was a real post that I had to see with my eyeballs. Hey, maybe I could get away with, while I'm enlarged, I can get away with not using the Hill Giant Club. Because I do have 16 strength. That's nice. Fireball Scroll Enjoyer. How dare you have fun? You disagree with my assessment of a resource? Boo. Boo. Sorry, that's how people think these conversations go.
That's curious.
I make a Dragonborn Breath Weapon do more damage than a Fireball, and people say those are terrible. Yeah, they do say that. Do I go for Eagles now? I'm kinda not opposed to waiting to have a, Fire Shield use. Why did I do that? I have Sentinel Shield. Well, failed perception anyway. Or with advantage. That'll do it. Let's hit the side door here. Are the most unhinged posts in PT3 builds about how Rogue should be reworked, not be a terrible monoclass. Yeah, see, people like saying things based off of vibes without ever having experienced or even read a thing. I guarantee 100% of the people putting down Rogue as a class have not actually attempted to make it work, much less read the features. Guarantee. How would you fix Fireball, though? Just increase the damage? There's a couple ways you could go about it. You could increase the damage. You could increase the radius. So, see how big this Void Bulb is? That's a much bigger radius than, say, this Spike Bulb, right? A radius increase would be nice, give it that utility aspect. Changing it from a dex save to something else would make it always give some amount of damage. Though that would be a big departure from the source material, of course. More damage is an option, sure. Yeah, PG3 radius is smaller than tabletop. I would trust Blue Collar Nerd on that, for sure. I'm gonna go in there with, Adamantine for the DR. Haste Home for some movement speed, or let's actually Fistbreaker for some initiative. Did I get Gloves of Missile Snaring from Aaron? I was supposed to. I forgot. Thunder Snap's still not available, right? Don't have an actual short rest. I am gonna pick a fight here. That's why I'm prepping. Want to do the Great Axe Assassin Rogue thing. Seems fun, yeah. Hello, friends.
Journey's over.
I have luck at the Far Realms available. We'll sink a big booming blade here if we can. Okay, bye. Can't disarm me. Whole Radiant Retort Discord is the funniest thing coming out of this game for me. It's like so funny people cry about that ability, just they just can't stop doing radiant damage in fights that have it. Like they keep clicking the button. It's some hot stove shit. They're like, but Radiant Retort, as they continue to select Radiance of the Dawn, which has radiant damage, it has radiant in the name, and then it has a confirmation after you click it once, they click it again. They're like, but Radiant Retort. Alright, man, sure. It's the game's fault, yeah. Magic Club getting savage attacks, yeah, stupid. Probably level 11 plus Paladins. No, they're specifically complaining about it in the Gauntlet of Shar as well. And they don't know XP routing to be level 11 there. The 3 fights in Act 2 with Retort and then go get Morning Lord's Radiance buff. Yeah, or just like when you have that buff, just don't do weapon or throw attacks. Or don't use spells that do radiant damage. So like, Destructive Wave and Spirit Guardians both have necrotic variants you could just choose to do. Just if you're a level 5 or higher cleric, don't click Turn Undead, because Destroy Undead does radiant damage. If you're a light cleric, don't use your Radiance of the Dawn. Just don't use your Channel Divinity if you're a light cleric. You know what light cleric gets? Fire spells. Remember how I just spent time saying Fireball is not great? That's a Fireball use case. You got your Fireball, you got your Scorching Ray, you got your Burning Hands. Like, it's all still there. I'm a dumbass not reading Radiant Retort my first Honor Mode playthrough, absolutely duking myself with Radiance of the Dawn. It wouldn't be the first one. Make sure to kill the Justiciars in the Gauntlet before getting more Lord's Radiance in the Crash. It's all about planning. First time I went through the game, I had no clue what my Cleric and Paladin kept dying in the House of Hope. Somehow figured out for Shar's Gauntlet, though. Don't ask me how I missed the second one. You probably just didn't feel like reading. Like, it's something that is very clearly spelled out but like you have to actually read. You have to use the inspect feature. So think about how many people just don't use the inspect feature. They just go in and click shit. Switch your manifestation to either psychic or necrotic. Unequip Callous Glow Ring if you have it.
I heard they're making us join the patrol soon. The search must be going badly.
It's pretty stunned when Hope obliterated herself when she cast Divine Intervention. Yep. And every single enemy in that room, except for Corilla, don't use radiant damage. Raphael's got his own even worse thing that happens. But, of course, you gotta inspect for that. I let Diva tank retorts in House of Hope and Never Dies. Diva's tanky. And you know how to handle the mechanic. Because the way Fleeting Protection differs from Radiant Retort is Fleeting Protection will happen once per creature. So if you're doing what Soblack mentions, and you have the Diva summon, just hit someone once, Diva will take a big hit. But, like, he's got a ton of HP. So you heal him up. And then that one will never retort again. And then you just have him do that on everything individually. And then Radiant damage becomes safe to use on those. Now, Raphael, he's got a different thing. So there's still an element of risk using Radiant on him, but if he's crowd controlled, then it's fine. I forgot Viconia has it and used a modded Radiant version of Disintegrate on her. It was so confused my Dirge just suddenly in the red. Oof. Yeah, so should I just, like, roll good?
A parasite. Take it. It might be useful.
One per fight? Yeah, Fleeting Protection, it works once and then it goes away.
Light on my feet.
This is what we bought the Cloak of Protection for. Promise, Absolute's Warboard. I didn't buy Corallin's Grace, but meh. Who cares? Don't have the mats for Elixir of Heroism? That doesn't seem like me. But okay. I even want the Zathis buff. Yeah, I kinda do. Do I? Because having my tadpole powers on my action potentially more desirable. Will it hurt to have? It could. It's not like you get to choose whether it's action or bonus action. It's a conversion. So, like, for example, going into my starry form, that's a bonus action. Using my breath or my luminous arrow, that's a bonus action. A Hex, bonus action. Shillelagh, bonus action. Hexblade's Curse manual, bonus action. Of Lazel, just do it. I'll do that. I want the XP.
I sought to reach a creche and be rid of these tadpoles. Now we stalk forgotten lands haunted by darkness. I'm going to my people. If you have any sense, you will follow.
You consider your options, knowing that should Lae'zel depart alone for the crash, she could fall to the curse.
You would threaten Lae'zel of Kalir. How unusual. How satisfying. You bared your teeth.
And there's people who think Lae'zel isn't a bottom, by the way.
Savored. Very well. Let's see what this moonrise illuminates.
The device.
The Zaithusk. Praise Vlaakith. Let it be done.
Lady.
Another Zaithis. You feel Lae'zel's mind rip and rupture.
Wait.
Your vision narrows.
Wait.
You marry.
Remove her!
Wait.
Enough! Damn it! I am getting. No! I followed the protocol! I must be cleansed!
So, weak in Constitution, weak in Intelligence, weak in Wisdom.
Save you once again.
No one back home will ever believe this.
I followed. The Gustil tampered with it. Traitor! Now
It was permanent until she consumes a tadpole, so in her case, yes.
Are you sure?
Because I ain't sharing.
Always room for more.
No, you ain't sharing. Quag. Looking back at my Orin retaliation clip, only had Agatha suffer one attack of Orin's turn, she dies. Yeah. Last retaliation run I did that was my lore bard, and yeah, she one-shot herself. Orin is really funny on retaliation builds.
Parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
So I have 4 tadpoles to spare. We saved Minthara, so we'll be able to get more out of her in Act 3 too. Like, we have more tadpoles than we need to be full on that. I like blocking the archer and the gish in there. And moving the fire wine barrels. They're already in the room. they're doing a crime response. Didn't get in combo with them.
Time to press ahead.
Sort of fine.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Bossy time. Chris. Enjoy the Iron Man damage. Nerd. Bro found a path through the blood. What you got? Definitely take that ring. How much DR do I have? 0. Sorry, with the armor 1.
I'm done.
But otherwise, 0.
No traps, please.
Didn't have the right cloak on either. Wondered why the damage was low.
Just out of view.
Fire.
Should mind my step. Here we go.
Two archers here.
I don't need any attention right now.
Maybe things will be better when the Chakrai leaves.
So long as he leaves with what he came for.
There we go.
Moving ahead.
Character big as a truck, casually walking in stealth. Uh-huh.
All right. Time to skunk out.
Outright one shot. Wasn't the plan, but I'll take it. Yeah, the 8 dex feels, we are most likely buying dex gloves from Jira. Because of that. Do you have a fear scroll? That could be fun for Therazin. Fear seems to be an action refresh now. Need to test it more, but... I guess Vampiric Touch could be funny here. It's not like they can break the concentration. I want to get kind of silly with it. I do want psychic resistance for this, though.
Any word on the surface? Our food for gay spies. You should know better. Forgive me.
Reshort rest potions. Do without.
Words are food for gay spies. You should know better. Any word on the search for the artifacts?
I guess I don't need the invis. That's cool.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Let's get silly with this. No surprise, but the prone from the grease is quite funny. What is my play here? Cloud of Daggers? Won't. Probably won't pick up any kills, I should say. Want the Ardent dead. Want the Archer dead. Play is this.
One day I'll catch a break.
Okay. Yeah, we'll Mokte that. You better not Virtute though. Plan on multi-bombing these guys. The retaliation build scared of the archers. The archers are quite scary. Able to dash because he was in the darkness. One thing about Gith, they are absolutely petrified of going in darkness. They won't do it unless they can, unless they're already in it. Good teamwork. I'm gonna go over there and thirst that kill. Not going to, I don't think.
What do I have to lose?
They'll probably still shoot me from there. Let's see. Nope. This guy probably runs here to attack me. Probably. Can't retaliate because I'm blind. They have shots on me this round, but like, do I care? Nope. That's Ironvine, baby. You played yourself. That's the crash? Yeah. Hey, Gigi. Hope you're well. We knocked out Elika. She ended up here.
The corpse regards you.
Took a new path. Decided to. Powerful relic hidden. If you.
The spell.
Mia, how's you? I can't complain too much today. Well, I could, but I'm feeling no pressing desire to, so that's something. Okay, pretty much out of resources. Don't have the liquid on me right now to actually purchase the gloves. Do I have another ice storm? No. If I had an ice storm or a cloud kill, we'd go for the classroom right now, but I don't. So we're gonna hold off on that. Can we head back to Act 2? And we get a long rest.
You Graven God's still alive, you reckon? He better be, or I'm a dead man.
anything I need to buy right now? I could sell stuff to Damon.
I'll catch a
The
break.
rest.
I should speak up.
Need anything?
Do need darkness arrows. Been going through those. Do want to get Dark Firebow eventually. It's a use of haste, which is really nice in Star Druid.
I'll be here.
Don't think he can afford this, but like, let's see. If it's too far above, I'll use it to get the Darkfire bow. Darkfire short bow now.
Need anything? I'll be here.
A bit of vendor busy work right now. Still haven't bought Drake Throat from Roa, have I? Keep that in mind. The Equip Ring of Geniality. I always forget. There being any real downside to playing a gnome or halfling giant bar besides crushing damage if you jump on someone? Seems like it'd be funny to me. Gnome and halfling have really bad movement speed, and they don't really get features that are great to make up for it. If you play Deep Gnome, you do have some good features. I would say if you're doing that vision, Deep Gnome gives you Superior Dark Vision at level 1, which is really nice. Rox is a halfling enjoyer and disagrees with me. How dare you disagree? If you keep respectfully disagreeing with my assessment of a game mechanic, we will continue to remain on cordial terms. So you better watch it. Just watch yourself. You know? Don't make me do something I'll regret. Like, absolutely nothing. Hey Kara, on lunch break? How's your day? Gnome and Halfling Thieves for the win. Gnomes provide absolutely nothing to the archetype of thievery. Literally nothing. Halflings, they give you less frequent critical fails. That's it. So I've bought that from Damon. Is there anything else I need to purchase right now? Lantar probably does have some new short rest potions. But at least check. I should check for scrolls too. Don't remember these races being this basic in 5e and wonder what happened. This isn't 5e. They're different. One of many areas that should be viewed differently because it's a different thing. Hey, Aaliyah, thank you for the 3 months in advance and the 10 months thus far.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag jiggling.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Hope things are treating you well. Thank you so much for the continued support.
The absolute ward runs
Explain the value of superior dark vision? Sure, Arkwell. One moment. Well, he decided we're done talking, so I'll deal with that now. So, Shadow Curse lands here. This area is pretty obscured. Now, as an orc, I have regular dark vision, so I can see in the dark up to 12 meters. So what that means is, up to here, I can make my ranged attacks without darkness imposing disadvantage on me. Up to here. But anything outside of that, like this for example, too dark. If there's not a light source there, too dark, I have disadvantage. And even worse than that in some situations, if they're attacking from outside of my range and they can see me, they have advantage against me. So there's two mechanics. Too dark imposing disadvantage on your attack rolls, but then also the ability to get the attacking from shadows bonus, where you are attacking from a location where your dark vision is beating someone else's dark vision out. And superior dark vision is, instead of this 12 meters, it's double that. It's 24. So with superior dark vision, I could do that out to here. Lower ground stack disadvantage? No, sources of disadvantage and advantage don't stack. They cancel out to neutral. So basically, if you win a contest of dark vision against someone, you are attacking from inside of your dark vision range, but outside of theirs. You have advantage against them, and they have disadvantage against you. Some of these Moonrise guards are drow. But notably, regular dark vision. So with superior dark vision, you win attacking from shadows contests with this one. This one's a drow, regular dark vision. They have nerfed dark vision. The Underdark races should have superior, like this Dwergar. This Dwergar has superior. So this guy, you won't win attacking from shadows wars with him. He's an archer, so he can often be attacking you with advantage. And this guy also casts Bless. So this guy can snipe you very effectively if you don't have good dark vision.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
What?
The absolute took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself. She breaks her toys once she's done with them.
It's okay, man. Zarel can't break anything anymore. Dagger +2 in case I want to throw that around. Should have a light hammer +1 too. Do I want slicing short sword? Did I buy that yet? Render a minded body.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may
Where
I
is it?
serve?
So I can bring companions to Araj for some additional money and elixirs. It's not something I'm feeling urgent about. Advantage makes sense for regular vision versus night vision. Don't understand how you're attacking someone from shadows. They can just see you with their regular dark vision. So dark vision is not like completely unimpaired vision. It's low light vision. So like you can see better, but like not necessarily clearly. It's not like, you know, full on night vision, complete clarity. It's rather than perceiving nothing, you perceive something. So I imagine the whole attacking with from shadows thing as like, you're like, is that a person? And then you get hit.
We are each of us threads in her design.
Alright, last slide, then we long rest.
The way she
Yeah, nothing happened, man.
But a part of me feels sick. I thought it would be nothing.
Yeah, nothing happened.
In my years as the... And lest we forget, the deeper we dig, the closer we get.
That's the truth, brother. Huh? Kind of where I left off just now. Is this Act 2? Yes, this is Act 2, you're seeing. Other related mechanic would be magical darkness. Dark vision does not work in that, but Warlock's Devil Sight would. Right. Devil Sight gives you immunity to the blinding effect of magical darkness, while also acting as superior dark vision in other circumstances. Kind of 2 for 1 there. Dancing. Big lady.
I've my share of fancy balls and masquerades. A few elegant moves can turn all the right heads. Figured it was time to brush up on my skills. I wouldn't want to fail my new partner.
Do I miss everything Act 1, like quests and quest items and such? Depends on what you didn't do. Some of it is locked out if you didn't do certain things already, but most of it's still there. Trust me, I don't think you could fail anyone if you tried.
I know a few people who might beg to differ, but the only one that matters is here with me now. May I have this dance?
Sorry, Will, you're great, but like... Set is hanging on for dear life. It's representative of how close I am to busting at the seams mentally. We strong. We strong.
Bravo! Bravo!
I feel like Will should be lifted. Yeah, we need to give Will uppies.
Now, perhaps we might try a more...
Needs to make the mod.
Intimate stuff.
We need the romance mod to include the Act 3 Karlach scene. Just for reasons. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, if someone could get on that. Plate of uppies. Cooking, thank you, Super. Thank you. Invite him closer with a knowing look. It's what you both want. Gale's a dork endearing, Will's a dork derogatory. I disagree. I think Will is great.
So much shadow around us. To think I almost missed the light.
He's occasionally a little bit cringe.
Well, it's getting late. We can't face the morrow if we don't bid farewell.
So are other
to the
characters. And Will's got that whole, he's just a good guy thing. Pegastar in the Karlach scene in ways that are concerning to feminism. You know, I think that is the most girl boss possible thing. Yeah, I agree. Will seems like the only character that isn't someone you met on Tinder. Real. Now, that's not to say people can't form meaningful connections, even in places like that.
I've drunk
Let me
wines
address
from
that
Daggerfall
one.
to Cornwall,
However,
but I've
Will
never
seems
known
like a
taste
person
as
who,
rich
like,
as yours. Gods damn it.
there's no sketchy elements
Almost
about him
made
at
me
all.
forget myself.
I
But
guess
still
barring
keep
the early
faith
part of
in
like,
the
hey, are
old
you a
tales of love,
warlock?
the once upon a times and the happily ever afters.
Will's the only
I
straight man on
like to do
Tumblr.
this the proper way. The way of the old romances.
JD, have you heard the way Will talks about Halson or Gale?
next time.
Will ain't straight either.
Good night, and dream sweetly.
Will doesn't need $20. I mean, Will is in Baldur's Gate. Like, nobody in this game is straight. He just thinks the Starian's very charming. Uh-huh.
By Balduran's helm, I wish we could have danced forever. Since we don't have forever, I wager the memory will have to do.
Baldur's Gate.
Indeed. I shiver just thinking about it. That day can't come soon enough.
Cool.
Don't mind if I do.
He thinks it's just a normal thing to check out guys' butts and maybe want to kiss them. He's an ally. One of my biggest pet peeves in this game could romance Shadowheart and Karlach when dialogue makes them up the poly option. Well, so it depends on the stages of the game. Like, there is a point in time where Karlach will even tell you, okay, go have your fun for now, but like, I want you in the long run. And then you get her upgrade fixed, you know, you get her art fixed, she doesn't want to share anymore. Shadowheart doesn't particularly want to share you either until Act 3, where either she wants to fuck Halson more than she wants to fuck you, or she's DJ Shart and she's just kind of like whatever about everything. She does? Yes. I'm not even exaggerating, Dade. If you are romancing Selûnite Shadowheart, it's bad. Don't put her and Halson in the same room. Like you're definitely walking in on something at some point. Something that you did not give the green light to ahead of time. Like that is the dark timeline of Shart romance. She wants to climb Mount Halson, yeah. She's very transparent about it. I think, if I remember correctly, that's one of those writer overlap things. Kind of like how Astarion and Dirge share a writer, so there's a lot of overlap there. Don't tell the really Shadowheart creator. Is that the mod that kind of cuts a lot of that weird Halson behavior out, Chaotix? Yeah? Yeah, I like that mod. I like the idea of that mod. It gets really weird. But I'm hearing is Shard Origin with House and Romance. Yeah. Okay, let's buff up. I am a cleric of Lulth, so I can go get Nightsinger's Favor for free.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
But yeah, in terms of the companions willing to open up the relationship for House, and it's varying degrees of enthusiasm. Astarion is not into it, but he'll just go along with it. Shadowheart is too into it. And I think isn't it just those two? Because yeah, Karlach doesn't want to share, Will doesn't want to share, Gale doesn't want to share, Lae'zel doesn't want to share, Minthara doesn't want to share.
Something good here, I hope.
Yep. Shadowheart not okay with it. She's not a Slew Knight. No, she's... So, like, she doesn't really... How do I put it this way? She's never really possessive at all in Act 3. In any route. But, like, Sharon Shadowheart in Act 3, like, you dump her and she doesn't get the hint, still. Like, you pick an ending where you don't hang out with her and you go your separate ways. And at the party, she's like, yeah, come on, come on, come on, come on. And you could be like, no, I'm good. She'll be like, come on. Act 3 Sharon Shadowheart is not a character I'm a big fan of. Let's put it that way.
You carve the blessing from it. Your patron pleads. Make it ours.
That's Hexblade dialogue. So cool. Anyway, I'm a cleric though. I've had a vague idea for a poly percent run where you fuck as many things as possible as fast as possible. That's a cool run idea. Danny was doing a run a while ago where her character was only allowed to long rest if her character was not resting alone. Just a cool spin on that. What is BG3 but a dating sim with extra steps? It's true. It's true.
On my way.
What fights are we doing? I don't think I want to do this fight yet. Rather be level 9. Not in here. Portal defense? Not yet. Try it in the future if people can be normal about it. Ugh, sorry. Dress-up game with some combat. A dress-up game without combat seems, incomplete. Alright, let's get the buffs going. We're going... Oh yeah, the Warden bugged out and I couldn't get that. So not 4th level Agathis. Stick with 3rd. 4th level Aid, Longstrider. Make sure that's my current Hex weapon, or Hex weapon, excuse me. Agathis. No radiant damage in the gauntlet. Dragon form will prevent me from having to worry about beckoning darkness, so that'll be cool. I want Eversight Ring though. We'll go do the Morgue fight first. So I can use Callous Glow there. I will probably want to make sure that I Blade Ward buffer while I'm in there. Be taking heavy damage. Zombies hit very hard. Need a trident right now. Made enough room. I should use the padded armor +2 for fighting the zombies, but we're gonna greed and do Oak Fathers. Oak Fathers, Grimskull Helm for crit immunity. So I have only 14 AC. I have no damage reduction. And I'm inviting a bunch of things that hit very hard to hit me. So it's going to be very important that I maintain my my Blade Ward here. Very important. What do I want to do for this other ring slot? Suppose it doesn't really matter. What am I elixiring for? Great question. Elixir for strength. Frees up a slot. Could go have Gale craft a Shadow Lantern, and I could shillelagh that, and just use that. Not a bad idea. Stick with Twisting Branch. So that means the elixir of choice. I guess Viciousness. Viciousness, Hill Giant. Or... no. I've changed my mind. I have lost a run to these zombies before, so...
Light on my feet.
Yeah. Danny, it's... all it takes is a couple weird people ruining some fun shit posting for the rest of us. Ugh. That's so weird. It's extremely weird. More bonk bucks so Quag can rant on this on my behalf. It's dragon form. Oh, there we go. Alright, so to Danny's point, some people cannot properly perceive the divide between, hey, this is a joke that I am making about these pixels in this video game. This is a joke. Some people view that as an invitation. Oh, okay. So I can, like, hit on you now? Like, no. No, that's not what that means, actually. Nowhere was that part of the social contract. No thank you. But then you have the extra layer. People get weird when you point out that that's not what that invites. And it's an exhausting thing that I'm speaking from a place where I don't have to deal with as much of that. But as those in the chat of the M persuasion can attest to, very common for them.
That's
So certain kinds of jokes, certain kinds of humor, people who don't understand social cues get weird about, and that's why we can't have nice things. Any mods installed? A couple. We gave Withers just massive gazongas, just calcium cannons. Yeah. Bone Daddy got some upgrades installed. Did the same thing to Elminster because, you know, why wouldn't I? Meaty clackers, yes. Another mod to display my reaction points as a resource on the bar here. Doesn't give me anything extra, it just shows them. They're not normally on the UI. I just like being able to see that. And a mod called Strong Women of Faerun that makes buff lady even more buff. Because the big lady. That's it. That was a mod. It is it's pretty great, dude. It's pretty great.
Just out of view.
Gameplay enhancing mods, IMO. I don't want too many of them getting to me at once. So there is a world in which I spike growth head. I think let's do that. Request for additional rant? Oh, can you rant also about the jokes people make about you or your preferences? I don't know if I have an informed enough take on that one. I feel out of my depth on that one. I'd rather hear you rant about it. So if you want to hear about that rant, there you go. Go there. If I didn't recruit Gale, will Elminster show up? If you pulled him out of the wall, yes. You need to pull Gale out of the wall. If you never did that, then no. What was the big lady mod called so I can avoid it? I think I still have a tab open because I was checking to see if it was for updates. It's that. There's my bludgeoning resist. Never helped me avoid it, of course. You gotta stay safe out there. You think that zombie's okay? If you don't recruit Gale, will Elminster still be stacked? I think Elminster, no matter what mods are installed, no matter what the status of Gale, of Mystra, of Elminster himself, Elminster, deep inside, he's got a massive set of just absolutely just deranged levels of stacked. Like, he's got... So you know how Big Lady is just kind of big everywhere? Elminster is... We don't even call him Elminster enough anymore. He is Elmilkers, but like... He's the chosen of Mystra, but he's more so the chosen of Mamoris. Elminster has tits the way Gortash has grease. You know what I mean? All that cheesy eats. How you doing, RBF?
Breathe deep and move.
Spanish for the minster. Hey, Metageek. Do you think Mr. groomed him too? Oh no. I hadn't thought about it. Probably. Okay, buddy? Doesn't seem to be. Didn't hex my weapon. Oopsie.
Strange. Dust on the leftmost door has been wiped clean.
Took the week off. Let's go. Very proud of you.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
I guess I should open this. Not now.
Better not be cursed.
Literally losing my mind. Glad you have some time to recover. This Carabasan's Poison, it's just a reskin of Crawler Mucus. It's exactly the same, and the reason why that's notable is because these are fixed locations, and Crawler Mucus is normally level 9 loot. So you can get access to a very powerful late-game paralytic in very limited supply early on. Useful information for things like level 1 runs, where otherwise your access to Crawler Mucus is extremely limited. After working 6 hours yesterday, demanding get Friday off at the very least. Good. Do it. Do it. So we did that for Eversight Ring. Hey, Tinny, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate what you do. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Hope things are treating you well. Thank you very much. Get our 3rd level Agathis going again. We're gonna use the protection from missiles gloves in a bit here. Sure, I don't have Callous Glow equipped. I guess that means Shadow Cloak Ring? Or Crushers? We'll do Shadow Cloaked. Tell you what, nothing turned my day around like getting disintegrated by L Milkers. That was, yeah. The fear came to life. Are you enjoying Giant Barb Starion? Big fella? Almost forgot to change armors. That would have been bad. Last second review. Yeah, I would have died before it got back to my turn.
You upset. Should have turned call the week off. Whoopsie. Yeah, it's not enough, Quag. Thank you for the 3 months soy sauce. Much appreciated. Very kind. Yeah, I didn't mean to blow that up. Should have turned call the week off, but that's okay. Do I just dash? This didn't change out my gloves the way I meant to. Let's do that. Hey, Game Loser, thank you for the Prime and the 3 months. Very supportive. Helps me out quite a lot, thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Too many ads, not enough Quag.
Roll a 19 through disadvantage. No, you don't have disadvantage. You have better dark vision than me. But you have attacking from shadows. Dead yet? No dragon breath. No dragon breath. No dragon breath. Definitely use the dragon breath. Yeah, they can't do beckoning darkness to me at all because Starry forms a light source. Maybe if I was in a darkness cloud, they could. You have bludgeoning. You have a mace. Good info. Stage fright creates a situation where they hit me, they take damage. They miss me, they take damage.
Titan weapon helping this do damage. Let's see about food. Wonder where the rest of my spells were. So you can use Moonbeam against these guys because Moonbeam isn't you. So the Radiant Retort is getting reflected back at the Moonbeam, not at me. We'll use that shield this turn. Started thinking Region Lock might be fun the other day. Region Lock's such a cool rule set. It really gets you engaging with certain things in the game very differently. Makes routing very interesting. So the thing with this Moonbeam is they can't break my concentration on it. They just don't do enough damage. Jester, thank you for the 42 months. 39 streak, still at tier 2. Incredibly supportive. Thank you very, very much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I got 3 here? No. It ain't big enough. You respecting your region lock? Yes. It runs where it's allowed? Yeah, I respec. Is Ancients Bound and having Moonbeam damage thing while not getting the retort? Yeah, Oath Broken, Oath of the Ancients has a good claim to being one of the better ways of running Paladin. Because of things like that, Irish. Still, you know, you're doing what a druid would do better with a more limited resource, but it is a thing you can do. If you are playing a Paladin, and you happen to be Oath of the Ancients, Moonbeam is like one of the most desirable things you could click here. So 7 turns of Shillelagh. Just chipping away. I really want to hit my Dragon Breath. I will die. I will definitely die. Keep the one guy alpha movement elixir, you can guarantee an active one to take on Ethel, Spectator, Matriarch. Yeah, until you hit level 6. At level 6, the mats and the potions themselves enter vendor stocks. But the guaranteed one, to your point, Sean, is, yeah, that. They really added a lot of bonus action stuff in patch 8. They did. Excuse me. Okay, good fight. What am I eating? It's hurt. Old reliable. Next run I want to do no scrolls, lifted powers, maybe region lock too. Sounds like a fun combination. Those are restrictions that each of those individually, with the exception of region lock. Region lock individually I think still works really well. But like no scrolls by itself, no lifted powers by itself, meh. But like I think putting those together really gets you problem solving in interesting ways. It gets you looking at the value of certain class features in interesting ways. So I like that combination. I think that's going to be a cool run. With the usual, so I don't have to sit here being indecisive. Thank you again for the support earlier, everyone. That is how I'm justifying consuming food to myself. Right, I feel like I'm in a rut of solving things the same ways regardless of the build. And that's something that we all go through. Like, I need to stop myself from throwing certain things in chasms. I'm not very good at stopping myself from doing that. I need to diversify the way I handle things. So that's why I went out of my way to, like, actually fight the Gith patrol. Instead of bombing them from the cliff face like I often do. Keeping things fresh helps keep your perspective aligned. Guiding them into fists is just fun. It's not a way I like to handle that personally, but it's certainly a popular one. Has been for a while. Too inconsistent for me. Too inconsistent, slow. Often loses you some amount of XP in the process. I'll short hold that for the moment. Big fight right now? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Cloaker? Not yet. Let's see what Ro is selling. Excuse me. You're killing the fist too? Exactly. Killing the fist too is a lot of XP, and Gauntlet Yeva has a very good sword that you want as well. The season. Ugh. Spring has sprung. Wide lady. Sorry, ignore me. No, wide lady. She is a wide lady.
Ever at your service.
Yeah. What Dade is making sure to convey is If you sub the Quag, you get big clit energy. I feel like that's good marketing. Shut up, Automod. It's okay. It's okay, everyone. I made the clit legal. I'm keeping that protection from energy scroll in case I want to concentrate on it. Because Stars Druid makes concentration very interesting. Can I afford this cloud kill? Ooh, almost. I might sell stuff. I don't really like doing summons. I'd sell half of those off. The cloud kill is for the classroom, the office get.
Where do you hail from?
I was a farrier in Disari Valley.
Love classical literature. Woke up from the oddest dream that for some reason an IRL mind player and spectator. Were they chill, GG? Like, were they aggro? I know that that's a weird follow-up question, but that's what I'm curious about.
Interesting times.
I didn't burn that short rest yet, right? Circle back around, touch base soon. Our outlook is widening based on upward trends. Talk soon.
The easy path.
More like business wheel skeleton. Got him. You know what else is widening? I don't. Could you explain it? Mind Flayer was chill for 2 seconds, then we had to fight it. Spectators are never chill. This was another fight. We tried to puppet the Mind Flayer's head to attack it. Huh. I don't think you've been playing enough Baldur's Gate. I think that's the conclusion.
Kill your enemy. You take it. I'd already disarmed her.
What path lies before me?
Perhaps the tadpole has already addled your
So Cloud Kill is not an action refresh, but Elixir of Bloodlust allows you to kind of treat some things as if they were in a roundabout way. It's great, I like it. 5 on that. Don't love that. Hexblade's Curse. Get some burning on him.
At the ready.
Should make a Black Tentacles Cloud Kill build. Do it. Cloud Kill is so fun.
Better be cautious.
I'm wasting some Cloud Kill turns here, but all work out.
Slow down.
Maybe.
Maybe I should. No, this is good. Now this will hurt.
God, I don't have Flood Hell Dust gone. I wasn't fast enough. Damn it. Dragged my feet too much. The door opening incident. That's okay. I'll just have to use Bussy instead.
Can't risk being in open view.
What builds this? Looks insane. Thank you. Not quite doing my main gameplay loop at the moment. But how many hours do I have? 4,600 and something? 4,609 at the start of stream today. So, add 5 hours to that. No, we don't haste often. Do that.
These boots have seen everything.
Hello, friend. That's the main gameplay loop. You hit me, you take damage. Hide for advantage here. Guiding bolt. Inside now still have advantage. Booming blade. Nice. Wizard just gets both? Yeah, wizard good. Wizard spell list so extensive. And the fact that you can get those spells multi-classing with other casters, thanks to scribing, is really good. It's like, 1 level of wizard, and then let's say your other 8 levels were cleric, you can still scribe Cloud Kill and cast it from your wizard slots. So the thing I've been mentioning about how I expect a lot of caster builds to start taking 2 levels of Stars Druid, well, wizard can get away with that quite effectively. It's like you could go into 1 level of Death Cleric to grab up the ability to send your Necromancy cantrips at 2 targets, and then you could go to 2 levels of stars to pick up starry forms so you can't drop your concentration. You could go 2 levels into sorcerer for meta magic. You could just do all that. Hexblade work with Paladin, all classes can work together. Hexblade is a better version of Paladin in every possible way, so you're simply making your Hexblade weaker by adding Paladin levels. But, yes.
Moving ahead.
So we killed the Gith that were supposed to participate in that cutscene, so cutscene breaks, Wargast starts to walk away. He'll stop moving as soon as he's out of render distance, so that helps if we want to fight him outside the room. We don't have to kite him out because he'll already be out. Therezin's just chilling here. Shadow Sorcerer getting 2 darkness spells, 1 can be cast with sorcery points is insane. It's pretty cool. Hexblade's cracked, Paladin's a bit at the mercy of RNGesus. Even stars aligning for Paladin, it's just worse. Because, like, Divine Smite has been completely outclassed by Booming Blade. Just, this cantrip exists. It's invalidated the whole class. Yeah, Paladin's problem is resources, but even in a world where you did something like 2 levels of Sorcerer to give them infinite resources for their smites are still falling behind what a class with Booming Blade and no resource problems can do. For example, that aforementioned Hexblade just being able to add 4 damage to every instance of damage, while also having a lower critical hit threshold, while also healing on every kill. Like, Paladins don't have AoE. Paladins don't have good action economy. They don't have good movement speed. They don't have good range support. Other classes fill their role, but better. You can Booming Blade, Divine Smite at the same attack. You can, and that's cool and all. Like, what's surviving the Booming Blade? What's the point? But as he said, doesn't change anything. Still have Agathis. Go unworthy here. Ancients and Crown of limited AoE at the cost of your resources. It makes your resource problem worse. If you're going to burn a spell slot on Moonbeam, guess what you're not using that spell slot on? Smites, and also your action economy is starting to suffer. Moonbeam's a very narrow AoE. It's extremely good, and you could keep replacing Moonbeam turn after turn for good consistency. Moonbeam is awesome, and I always have it prepared if I'm playing Druid. But the problem on Paladin is this makes your action economy problems even worse, because whereas before you could have maybe attacked 2 different targets, well, Moonbeam you can't. It gives you an option to do damage at range, sure. But trade-offs, trade-offs, trade-offs. I can imagine Paladin did for Control Undead and Shadow Sorcerer just to have some spending for your unlimited spell slots early. Well, Control Undead isn't from your spell slots, Chernobyl. It's from your Oath feature, which is a once per short rest feature that the target has to fail a saving throw. And no, you don't get your charge back if they succeed. It just does nothing. So you have to be a higher level than the target undead. They have to fail I believe it's a wisdom save against your spell save DC, and you can do this once per short rest. Requires 3 levels of Paladin. Not 2 where you can get away with, hey, this is a Divine Smite dip. It's a lot. It's a tall order. Now, Control Undead is very fun, very cool, I wouldn't call it efficient. Also, what early undead are usable? Yeah, you're talking like maybe you go knock the Necromancy of Thay and then control one of those shadows in Act 1. Maybe. Like, you... 1 spawns when you knock the book, 3 spawn when you destroy it. You could use those in Act 1, I guess. But then what? Mountain Pass, you have... I guess you could take a Death Shepherd that would absolutely get destroyed by the Githyanki, and that's provided you actually stick the control to it. You know? Control Undead's not really good anywhere except the Shadow Curse lands. Because in the Shadow Curse lands, you can make anything undead. So worked on the Sleeping Wargs, didn't work on Therazin. DC 15, now she rolled an 18, okay. I would have liked her being disarmed. It's fine. Starting the fight with her prone works very well for me too.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Still on Bloodlust? They're still fearful. Trying to figure out how worried I am about her fearful application on me. I don't think I am. But I will probably still act accordingly. Test around conditions, removing Shadow Curse Undead. Yeah, I've done playthroughs around that. Your summon undead are destroyed when they die? Yeah.
Sharlak, God's a betrayer.
Going for shovel, good. Closing bite, setting up a forced crit. Oh, you chew through my Agathis like that? That's toxic. This could hurt. Why'd you do that? She could have gone for an attack. She chose Burning Hands. I'm not sure why. I'll take it. activating Destructive Wrath for something, yeah, for not a thing that it won't meaningfully affect. Like if I want to click a Lightning Bolt, for example, I have Destructive Wrath Lightning Bolt. Go.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I think this is necessary, but...
This calls for careful footwork. Time to press ahead.
Still not wearing the correct gloves. Whoopsie.
Dealt with. But she wasn't the one pulling the strings here.
Neat.
Breathe deep and move. What's inside?
Big fan of the Soulbreaker Greatsword. Be keeping that around. Again, forgot to actually come to this map with gold to buy from Jira.
Anything of use? I'll take that.
Oh yeah, stats currently 14, 8, 16, 8, 12, 16. Arage Potion taking strength to 16. Haven't fought Ethel yet. Probably use Ethel on Charisma. Eight decks, 8 decks. 8 decks specifically so that my armor class is as shit as possible. Could get away with 10 while wearing armors, but sometimes I'm doing unarmored.
Feel that one later.
Must be a Dex Gloves build. Yeah, I will be using Dex Gloves to start a lot of combats, particularly later in the game, and then unequipping them once initiative has been ruled. This Fire Shield Worm's also on a bonus action, which is super fucking cool. Eight Dex Retaliation is the most OP build I played, just be the boss. Uh-huh. Everyone gets a turn hitting you, and none of them live through it. Damage is looking pretty good. This is without having an Agathis that I'm actively sustaining. So we could be doing more. This is Fire Shield plus our gear retorts. Tempest Bar is gonna be good, I feel it. So hit Magical Secrets. Oh, Magical Secrets. So nice. Level 6 Magical Secrets. I guess probably be 7 for your setup, but still so good. Now you have Hexblade's Curse on you. You take 3 more damage on each individual retaliation effect, so that's 3 more on Agathis, 3 more on Fire Shield, 3 more on Ironvine, 3 more on Caustic Reprisal. Bird. Late for me duties. Duty. Hey, let's talk a bit about Booming Blade. There's a very solid argument for multi-classing to get more actions rather than more attacks being more optimal for Booming Blade, at least in the mid-game and early game. Because you can only Booming Blade once per action. But if you had, let's say, your action, your Bloodlust action, your Haste action, and your Action Surge action, well, you could Booming Blade 4 times. And you could be doing that at level 2? I guess, yeah, 2 if you're a high elf fighter. Have health from False Life, Spore Durability, etc. All keep Agathis up. False Life, no. Agathis doesn't care which type health came with the spell. It does. So Symbiotic Entity will merge with another source of temp HP. So you can do Agathis to refill Symbiotic. But it's specifically the temp HP from Armor of Agathis. So like, this temp HP I have right now is from Bloodlust Elixir. That's not going to count. And Bloodlust won't refill my Agathis. Nice. Good use of my once per long rest fire shield from the Infernal Robe. Thank you, Karlak. Thank you, Mizora. 3.5k left to level 9. Alright, I think my food is about here. So I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll figure out what I'm doing next. Okay, I'm back. Got my food here. We're good to go. I'm thinking of 9 Monk, 2 Abjuration, 1 Hexblade for the Drunken Take on Monk Retaliation. I like it. 9 Monk for the Martial Arts die. You get the what is it? Sobering Realization is the name. Which looks really strong, particularly like with Redstone. Tried Wrath to see if it applies. Maybe Blood Guzzler might not be me. I don't know that I've ever tried Wrath. Blood Guzzler might go hard here. Grab the boots. I could try Wrath somewhere. was supposed to think about where I'm going next. I didn't at all. Need to find someone to hit me. Me too, brother. Just need a big lady to hit me, okay? Yeah, she's only gotta hit me once.
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking. Aren't we all? Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Anything you want to say? And these boots have seen everything.
So totally picking the wrong time to... Yes, I am heading out without Isabel's blessing. I'm totally picking the wrong time to, experiment with stuff. We're gonna try the, mean locks for this. Not the mean locks, the measles. Pretty sure they're still kicking. That's a death wish? Yeah, huh?
There's more where that came from.
It'd be fine. What are they gonna do? Kill me?
I wish we had a bloody army.
Things have stayed interesting.
It was a Ralph's fire shield. Now they're unarmed. So this doesn't necessarily just prove Wrath working. But if I were to provide weapons... Owie. Not seeing Wrath. It doesn't look like it. Don't want to get shoved. How much do I care about that, though? Not at all, really. Sabi's buried. EK is even better now with Boom Blade. I have to play the Subclass on a run soon. Yeah, Eldritch Knight is pretty crazy as always. I'm over here now. Okay. Rude. You both missed, really? Hey, Wrath didn't look like it applied. Obviously not the most scientific test, but tried. On a weapon attack, on an unarmed attack, didn't see it on either. Let's deal with Oliver and all that. Try Alien Fusion if you haven't. I could try Alien Fusion. Wait 1 minute. Something like this. Today's mind-blowing fact, every single choice you've ever made has led you to read the sentence. Technically true.
This calls for careful footwork. Can't risk being in open view. Have to keep going.
Pretty sure I used Elemental Infusion on the Nature Cleric Retaliation build. I remember you doing it, but I don't want to trust my memory there. 8 decks pickpocketing, by the way.
Will you play with me? Of course I am. Now you go. All right, find me, and you get ready.
How much further can I go?
You weren't supposed to find me. Good idea. Try to find.
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine. Light on my feet.
Not wild shape right now. There we go.
May the gods take you first.
Yeah. Expected. Bugbear in the Emerald Grove did crit me for my entire face end of the run. First few hours still on are random as fuck. Well, the thing about that Bugbear, that's not random. Like, sure, the fact that the attack roll was a crit was random, but you had complete control over the Bugbear not making attacks against you. That's how you get around things like that, especially in the first few hours. Sylvanas. That is the counterplay. So which Bugbear do you mean? Do you mean the one that's attacking the grove when you first go there? Do you mean the one that's up on the hill trying to assassinate the Soul Coin lady? Soul Coin lady? Yeah, so you don't have to take that fight early. Technically, you don't ever have to take that fight. The rewards are pretty minimal, but that Bugbear will chill there, as long as you don't go up there, until, basically as long as the Tieflings are in the act. So, until the Goblin leaders have been dealt with, he'll just be chilling. Gives you plenty of time to, you could go gear up, and you get critical hit immunity from the Rimforge, long before you get in that fight. You could level up enough that you have extra attack, and you can blow him up on the surprise round before he gets to do anything. Or you can just not take the fight. Thought to grab quick XP, never expected him to one-shot me. And there you go. You don't have to get in any combats before level 4. Not really. And bugbears are dangerous. This is the kind of thing that you do learn by dying to them. That guy has killed me before, too. I don't want to make it sound like I've never lost runs to that guy, because I've lost at least 2 to that guy. But that's how I learned to fear him. And that's why I don't go there super early anymore. I'm gonna fight nothing until level 5 and crit immune type of fella. Then I said earlier, like, I feel like I'm gonna run on that. Fight nothing that's a chance to hit you at least. Yeah, that's how to get some early game consistency for sure. Doing runs where you can't have crit immunity are kind of interesting, because they force you to come up with alternate ways of becoming safe. And that leads you to things like movement speed. Don't have to worry about enemies critting you if they physically cannot catch up to you, right? Recently died to Ogre shoving me off Moonrise. Definitely an experience. Ooh, I've never even heard of anyone dying that way. So thank you for finding a new one. New fear unlocked. Almost lost a run to the Cursed Imp with Caustic Torrent. Sonic Backlash just on auto plus Resident Stone got blasted for 120 acid damage or so. Had Death Ward, so still fine. Ugh. Yeah, that's a fight I don't even walk into. Yeah. Did a pure Sorcerer run, took no crit immunity, and Sorcerer's kind of strong anyway. I had no crit immunity on my no looting run, because my specific rules did not allow me any of the workarounds to get the adamantine items into my inventory. So I did the whole game with no crit immunity. And because of that, the way I played was often, for the first 2 acts, it was largely Moonbeam hit and run, or Spike Growth hit and run. I did some Slayer Form stuff. Slayer Form was very good there. A couple fights in Act 3 where I went Abjuration Wizard instead and just had so much damage reduction that it didn't matter if they crit me or not. They still couldn't hurt me. Is Adamantine the most common crit immunity you can get early? It's the only crit immunity you can get early. It's the Adamantine armor, so you have to craft it. You only get 2 Adamantine crafts. And the helmet that Grim has. Those are the only crit immunity items before Act 3. The shield as well. But, you know, the shield's with the armor in terms of crafts. So, 1 of 3 items you can craft, and then a heavy armor helmet. You can do 2 crafts, so that's cool. But this does mean that by nature of how that math works out, if you're playing full party, for example, 1 person is not going to have crit immunity. At least 1. So I would think that that would give people the wherewithal to, like, play around that. But often it ends up in a situation where people aren't punished enough in that setting. It's like they'll just assume that party member's naturally squishy or something. It's like, no, it's just, crit immunity is that important. It seriously is that important. Now, there are ways to play and succeed without it, but, like, certain fights you don't chance that. You really don't. Like those Minotaurs, for example. The Minotaurs by the Selûnite Outpost, they have so much damage, and the Boulette, they do so much damage that if they crit you, you're just gonna die. Like, it's almost not possible to be tanky enough to take that without resistance. Unless you've severely over-leveled and come back. Like, you're just gonna die. Anyway. What was I doing? Yeah, I was trying to Ellie Infusion. It's Fire Infusion. You don't have a weapon. So, I don't think it'll actually work, but... No, I gotta try to get someone with a weapon.
Another step forward.
There's the fire infusion. I wonder if there's a range where I can hit Dazzling Breath before Aura Vile Oblivion makes it so I can't. There is. It's neat. Red Guiding Bolt? Juicy. My breath versus your aura. Who's stronger? The strongest Comic-Con goer in history versus the strongest Comic-Con goer of today. Actually got me with life drain? That's rude. I have to like rest and stuff now? Gross. The roof, really? Dropping dragon form. Pick up archer form. Two stacks of life drain. Annoying. Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I can build lightning infusion off of that. That's fun. Where you fuck? Where'd you go? There you are.
I will. You did.
Sure, man. Yeah, I gotta try against things that actually have weapons. I was gonna Thorn Whip the thing into the chasm, but actually playing a Shillelagh build, I shouldn't. Any exploration XP in the Festering Cove? No. Yeah, you can go there at 4 price. Oh, let's actually go get Mind Shutter amulet. We do that with Luminous Arrow. That's interesting. Actually using the Agathis from Icebite Robe, something I almost never do. Using a spike bulb to flip the lever through the wall.
Stand, soldier. These are the general's private quarters.
If you have Speak with Animals, the performance check here is DC 6. If you have Isabel's Blessing, you don't have to make a check if you pick the right options. If you have Scratch's Ball, I think you also don't have to make a check if you pick the right options.
Just be about.
Big Lady not have a Luminous Arrow animation? That's annoying.
Best be on my way. Don't want to draw any attention. Good idea, I think. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Have to keep going.
Be possible to do a run just build around things like Agathis, just like opportunity attacks by enemies. Any of you that comes to mind? That's literally what I'm doing in this run, Eric Gruntkisser. That is the build. I've done it a couple times before, so Black's done it a couple times before. Yeah. At least Larry decided to keep mimics to chest only. Seeing some other kinds of mimics throughout the game would have been interesting. Wouldn't have been opposed.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Might have given me the idea, never mind. You can make retaliation damage effects. They're fully capable of being your primary source of damage. Particularly in Act 3, you can get it so strong that you're making bosses one-shot themselves. I have made Cazador, Saravok, and Orin all one-shot themselves. Making Raphael do it's more complicated, but probably doable. Definitely doable with Gortash. Raph doesn't like attacking. Yeah, you'd have to... The way to do that is probably to actually destroy the pillars, so he wants to multi-attack, but getting him to a position where he will multi-attack requires him to be out of spell slots. And he has, like, a cantrip as well. I don't know how to make him consistently multi-attack. Heard you get one shot, didn't want to miss the opportunity. Ah, I see. Orin one was hilarious. Yeah, it was. I guess Big Lady doesn't have a proper Luminous Arrow animation. Oh, do we have the reward? I'm glad. Back here, Shocker.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
I never get tired of that one. It's so fucking funny. Ooh, on 1d8. Blech.
All right then.
Wednesday? Yeah, you wanna do it? That's cool. Co-op with Mark Wednesday, chat. Yes, this is how we plan things. Gonna do it, then let's play your duo? I mean, yeah. Yeah. That'd be crazy. Less. Speed this up. Oh, okay. Hi. Hey, Viper. gotten smarter recently with climbing over that chest, they still attack it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not in dragon form. Things like concentration are things I have to worry about. Duh. Stupid. How's the horoscope druid going? It's pretty good, Viper. So if I had better dark vision, like Superior or the one that Transmutation Wizard gets with their stone, or the one that Shadow Sorcerer gets. If I had any of those, I wouldn't have disadvantage in this roll. Hey, buddy. What's the build doing now? We're a retaliation tank. Obviously, we're not doing that right now, but people hit us and they die. We're working on getting to level 9. Divination also gets the good dark vision. True. Level 10 for them, right? XP, do I just kill the Flame Fist in Act 1? Yeah. So, talk to Gauntlet Yeva first. It's 20 XP. And then you kill them all. And then you go in and you save Floric. And then get the quest reward. And then knock out Floric. And then you go save Benrid. That's max XP. Dual cap. Retaliation effects do we have? Agathis Fire Shield. Also Flesh Melter Cloak. Also Iron Vine Shield. Sometimes we use chest armor for that as well. Oakfather's Embrace or Dark Justiciar. Half Blade. We haven't used the Half Blade in a while though. .1k.
I'll feel that one later.
A few more effects than I knew existed. Yeah. Fire Shield is not something we have consistent access to. We have 2 items that grant it, once per long rest each, and occasionally we'll have a scroll of it. But until we stock up on scrolls, Fire Shield will not be a consistent part of what we're doing.
Not over, then through. That's a friendly looking shadow.
It's cursed to buff the burning and the spike growth damage. Come on. If your own caster doesn't have innate shield proficiency, your preferred method or item get crit immunity, dips, etc. Taking a half elf gives you light armor and shield proficiency. Same with human. You could go Shield Dwarf or Githyanki for medium armor proficiency instead. You could take the moderately armored feat at level 4, as long as you already have light armor proficiency, and that'll get you medium and shield, and also your choice of +1 to strength or +1 to dex. Those are the routes I usually go. Sometimes you can take a 1 cleric dip, or a 1 hexblade dip, depending on what kind of caster you are and what your goal is. We'll crit that. The spike right here once and tree moved below the map and didn't take damage. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing the game would pull. Alright, we're almost out of combats here in the Shadow Curse lands. Could do some Harper tossing. Maybe should. See if Tally's selling fire shields.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
She is. So I don't have attitude with her, so not good prices, but we're definitely going to bag it up, and might be worth respecking, because I plan on respecking next level anyway. So when I do that, I'll probably come here and get attitude with her while I'm at level 1. So that I can get Fire Shield scrolls for a reasonable price. We need to sell stuff off to have enough money to go buy Dex gloves from Jira before I forget. As I will continue to forget.
Need anything? I'll be
100. Yeah, I can make this work. Dex 8 more than enough. I mean, I wish I could get it lower. Dexterity is the most important stat in the game. It's just funny on retaliation builds where having low dexterity becomes the most important of your stats. We want dex gloves so that I can open combats at a good initiative number, because your dex mod is included in your initiative. And then I can unequip the gloves as a free action to lower my AC to where I want it to be. That's a strategy we'll continue to do even into Act 3. Glove slot is limited in terms of when it's actually helpful for retaliation builds. It's a lot more flexible than some of the other slots are. That changes depending on what you're fighting. For example, if you're fighting things that do spell attack rolls and you're doing Ironvine Shield, well then Spellmite Gloves are fantastic because they will apply to the Ironvine damage that's returned from someone hitting you with like Bone Chill, for example. if someone's throwing at you, Kushigo gloves will apply to Ironvine. Those are both kind of edge cases. Haven't fought Ethel yet. Did I get Maddest Attitude? Was that this run? It was. Sell some stuff to him.
Patrols report more activity among the cultists, Mum. Check it out! We've gone legitimate, and Mole put me in charge. What do you need?
I'm gonna open elixirs. I could use another invis just in case.
Last light's best spot!
Right now we're looking at selling actually valuable stuff. Don't think I ever really used a shield. And again, never played solo or honor. You know, that doesn't actually surprise me much. The not using a shield thing, I should say. Because some people will have, like, their first experience be a caster that just doesn't have proficiency, so it's simply not a thing that they consider. Or they'll get taken in by two-handed weapons. There's a lot of ways to go through the game not ever having used a shield. Doesn't surprise me. I would recommend trying it out. Like, Sword and Board is an extremely flexible weapons loadout. You can do a lot of stuff. Shield slot can be offensive as well as defensive. It's real nice. I have another one of those in storage. Can sell this. Wanted to caster, got annoyed by spell slots, focused on Barbarian. Incredibly barb thing to say. You're not wrong. I play a lot of casters. I tend to play them in ways where you will see me running around with my spell slots empty a lot of the time, and I'm still in no rush to rest. I like that sort of razor's edge resource management, you know? Pushing it pretty far. Cantrips are super valuable, and remember, your casters can still do things every character can do, like shoot bows and throw bombs, use scrolls. I did buy a slicing short sword. I was like, where is it? Someone told me in another streamer's chat that Banshee's bow is a bad item for fighter use because deck's not high. That's an interestingly shit take. Like, not just shit, but, like, interesting. That sounds like a complete failure to read. Impressive stuff. Thanks for sharing. Happy that I didn't finish without any real saves going. Nice. That's absolutely an achievement. Remember, less than 6% of the player base that owns the game on Steam has completed the game on Tactician difficulty. People get caught up in Honor mode, but like, full party Tactician, less than 6%. Buddha. So, clearing the game is an achievement, no matter how you look at it. Imagine shooting a bow and you click a cantrip for 1d8 total damage. Stop it. People are gonna get confused. Trade is poking fun. Before level 5, you shoot a bow. You're a caster, you shoot a bow. Cantrips are actively bad below level 5. With a couple of exceptions. Booming Blade is on your weapon attack, so it's fine. If you're a Death Cleric, then winning up Toll the Dead or Bone Chill is still pretty good. Before level 5. Attempt will be do a run with some new subclasses. Sounds fun. I think I still don't have the Tactician achievement because the mod manager came out before I started my 3rd playthrough. Script Extender enables achievements again. There's a button to have the Script Extender in the mod manager. Just like a one-click thing. Enough? Probably enough. Alright, we save. Let's go over to Kreshilik. Buying Dex Gloves. Not too worried about, just wondering how much the mod manager messes with the achievement data. I imagine it skews it, but I don't think we can quantify how much it skews it relative to people who do have achievements enabled with mods and are actively, like, cheating the game. You know, Cheater's Spell Scroll, formerly Cheater's Ring, is an extremely popular mod. And I realize the negative connotation of the name kind of misrepresents some of what it does. I used it for testing purposes on the stress test.
But I didn't think it would be like this.
And it was very helpful in that regard. Just a tool like anything else. Once Cheater Spell Scroll. Basically, it gives you... It's pretty close to just giving you access to a lot of useful commands to add stuff. Like, it lets you just use or do basically anything. Don't think Toll the Dead is that great. Maybe it's just my run. Only 1 out of 5 casts actually hit for me. May just need Hex. Hex won't help with that. You need good spell save DC, and you need to check the saving throws of whoever you're targeting. Yeah, giving disadvantage on Wisdom helps a lot. The Daze status effect does that. Late game, you could use Resonance Stone for that as well. I think the thing that makes Toll the Dead feel bad is it's all or nothing. So it's the same sort of optics as Sacred Flame, except it's a Wisdom save versus a Dex save. Landing something that goes against a Wisdom save is far easier. So you can think of Toll the Dead as a necrotic, harder hitting Sacred Flame that also lands more consistently. Wither's Big Naturals should be vanilla by now. I agree.
Fine, but your paraphernalia had better be pristine.
I will say I do still think Bone Chill, overall, I prefer to Toll the Dead. But, like, you can just have both. Slightly less gold than I thought I did. Not feeling like finishing Act 3 accounts for like 90% of it. I get some of the Act 3 fatigue. Some of it is entirely shit that people just either allowed internet discourse to plant in their mind, or just people psych themselves out. Again, don't get me wrong, that's not all of it. I have gotten Act 3 fatigue sometimes too. But like when you hear someone say things like, oh, there's no rewards for anything in Act 3, what's the point of doing any of it? It's like, have you read any Act 3 quest reward item? Like, even one?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Also, gameplay fun? Playing a game for the gameplay? That's crazy.
More for me.
Act 3 is a big fellow, lady, NB. Having gloves of power on yourself or another party member is also nice to help you land some of those cantrips and you get it early. That's true. Gloves of power, Melf staff, protecting sparks wall, oil of bane, all available pretty early. They are. You can use a mace to apply concussive smash for days. Lore Bard for cutting words. Get Act 3 in a way when I enter, feel overwhelmed, and take a lot of time just to do stuff. Is that Act 3's fault, or... Like, I don't understand. How does... There's game content, and it's pretty open-ended. How is that a negative? Qualifying all this by saying that Act 2 is still my favorite act, but, like... Player choice? Oh, bad. Oh, okay. We have Dex Gloves, which means we can now start fights. Plus 9 initiative bracket. Plus 10 if I do Fistbreaker Home. And dislike that you can talk Thorns dead, don't do it. Super simple solution there, Iceberg. Don't do it. If I spike growth, I could lure the kobolds out. Maybe get enough to level. Let's go back to Last Light. Like, I do have to use the crowd decreaser mod for Act 3 for my laptop's sake and because of overstim. That's valid. I do get that. Oh, a couple people who didn't finish Act 3 sound like it's a bit of decision paralysis and length, didn't know what to do next. I think it's decision paralysis because lengthwise, Act 3 is way shorter than Act 1. It's just the content is, like, you're never railroaded. It's not like, oh, this is one quest line that takes you through 60% of the map and makes sure that you go basically everywhere. That's not it. You'll have some quest lines that take you through some areas, some that interlock a little bit, but like Act 1's my favorite act. This may change if I at any point make it beyond Act 1. I actually think the broken Act 3 thing's some issue. Game had pickpocketing. Yeah, there was a pickpocketing issue thing. First, if I'm not mistaken, you said you can't have both necrotic cantrips. I didn't say that. You can just have both. You just take them both, and when you select your cantrips. No reason you can't have both. Alright, I want some XP here, so some Harpers are gonna have to donate to the cause. I don't put the option only, just a little rant and nothing too big, just nerfing the fights to be enough for my taste. Nerfing the fights? So... You mean like the dialogue would just nerf the fight? Well, that's already an option that's in there. For Malice Thorm, you have several routes. You could either fight him straight up. The request trait is that dialogue shouldn't kill the Thorms. It should only nerf them, if I'm understanding correctly. Correct me if I'm interpreting wrong, Iceberg. So like with Malice, you already have the option to do just that. You can talk him into having the nurses kill each other and then fight him. So that's already a path. Hey, Glass Jacket Sherman, how are you? You have the option to have, instead, you could talk Malice into having the nurses kill him, and then you skip the fight. Or you could talk him into having them kill each other. Each other, and then you could talk him into doing himself in. Or you could just, again, fight him straight up. That's player choice, that's options, that's multiple routes through. With Garangoth Thorm, you get an additional reward for, instead of talking your way through to end the fight that way, or killing her straight up, you get an additional reward for just giving her the money she asks for. There's that creativity, that multiple paths through. The thing you want is already there. And removing other avenues through doesn't increase your access to anything. That's just less game. That's less player choice. Less player choice is bad, not good.
There's more where that came from. You Graven Guard's still alive, you reckon? He better wish we had stone and dead man or steel.
Speaking on other examples throughout the game of, hey, this dialogue option nerfs this boss. Well, you could talk Yrgir into getting on your side, or do a quest in a way that Yrgir gets on your side for the Raphael fight, removing one of his allies. You can spend the entirety of Act 2 chipping away at the support that Ketheric would have on the roof of Moonrise. You could talk him down in both locations where you fight him to skip one phase of the boss. You're not skipping the fight completely, you're skipping one phase. With the game's final boss, if you roll a nat 20 on the DC 99, the final boss has less HP. There's lots of ways to do that throughout the game. I don't think having multiple options is a bad thing. Rewatching your Arcane Archer run, I'm curious about Ethel being completely AFK in Act 1 fights because of Featherfall Scroll Vendor, pre-fight water drop, something else entirely. That's a bug that's been present since patch 7. Albor. Correct me if I'm butchering your name. We still don't know why it happens, necessarily, but for some people, Ethel just almost never works. Yeah, Nico mentioned Yrgir. You can do the same thing with Yrgir. You can convince Yrgir to do in his support either the Displacer Beast and the Marigans, or just the Marigans, or, like, you can do that. You can get the Displacer Beast to side with you against Yrgir, even. But yeah, the Ethel thing is just a bug. I don't know what causes it. I wish I did, because then I could avoid it, because I want her to actually participate. big fan of the options in the game. I don't get it. I mean, it is a complaint. Like, don't use it, man. It's not cheapening your experience by it being there. But anyway. Yeah, I did allude to you can spend Act 2 chipping away at Kethric's support. Karnas is there if you walk with him to Moonrise, but most people don't. So, most people unknowingly already are prepping the Ketheric fight like that. You can go up to the roof ahead of time while Kethric's in the throne room to deal with the Necromites, to deal with the Necromancer that's up there. You can stack the deck in your favor further by freeing Dame Aelin, by ensuring that Jaheira is able to help you assault Moonrise Towers, and you can have her as the temporarily controllable follower there. People shouldn't skip hard boss. Basically that, yes. Well, I think that's a gross oversimplification because this is a role-playing game, and there are things like dialogue checks. Yeah, those bosses also are not particularly hard. But like it's a role-playing game. You know, there's some classes that their thing is, hey, here's an extra proficiency, so you're better at talking. Making that useful is good, actually. And also, like, with the Thorns specifically, they're all optional already. Like, you don't have to interact with any one of them. So why would they not give you multiple ways of dealing with them? I just don't understand not liking that something has multiple routes. It seems rigid to me. I was having another thought. It's gone. Nope, it's gone. One thing I wish could have happened is Ketheric Thorn summons whatever remaining Thorns alive to aid him at a side and roof. That'd be cool, but you do kind of get the narrative explanation in a couple places where he pretty much just discarded them. He just kind of left them to their own devices because he didn't give a shit about them anymore. So they probably haven't talked in quite some time. And remember, they wouldn't necessarily help him. Because Malice Thorm is still very much loyal to Shar. Etheric is an open defector from Shar. Wouldn't really work plot-wise. On prepping, disarming Ketheric, giving him a silly bow that Merkel then wields is never not funny to me. True. If you want unskippable difficult bosses or Souls-like games, bosses are very skippable in those games. And then we're getting to the territory of, okay, what is difficulty? Because a lot of Souls bosses are just pattern recognition. That's why things like blindfolded runs of Sekiro are possible, and that's one of my favorite speedruns to reference or watch, because it is very much, hey, this is a rhythm game. I have the rhythm memorized. I don't need to see anymore. Need to find a better pixel here. Not worth the potential bad outcome of that. This guy's here. Hot take, Souls games test your patience way more than test your skill. I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think that's just true. pattern recognition and then bringing the right tool. That's it. That's all it is. And stance, you died. Yeah, and I'm saying this as someone who I am not that good at like mechanically demanding games, and I do not struggle with those games because you don't need to be like some sort of very mechanically gifted gamer. You just all patterns. Not gonna lie, being autistic, pattern recognition is top tier. Impatience and pattern recognition is a skill? Sure, but people tend to put a divide between that and, like, things like your reflexes. Things like your split-second decision-making. Those are the ones people will most commonly directly associate with, hey, you're good at video games, and they'll look at something like that. At least in younger gamers. Reflexes don't know her. Hear you on that one. Faker reflexes. See, I'm of the age that I only barely know who that is. Also, I think Souls bosses are far more intimidating than they are difficult. Big part of those bosses is, like, good creature design. I've never been burnt on not clicking something on time ever in my life. I agree. I believe that. Feel something like Doom Eternal on Nightmare is actually mechanically hard? Yeah, Manfred. I am terrible at Doom Eternal. I play on Ultra Violence because I can't handle Nightmare because I'm not that good. It's that simple. I'm perfectly comfortable admitting that. I'm just not that guy. I could probably put in, you know, a couple 100 hours and really brush up and get through it and feel more confident, but, like, I don't want to spend my time doing that. And part of that that game speed thing is why I am interested in the upcoming Doom game, how they have been very aggressive marketing that it is a slower paced game, but they also pointed out that if you still want it to be faster, there's a game speed slider in the menu, so you can just make it as fast as Doom Eternal if you want to. Playing on Ultra Violence sounds incredibly funny to someone who hasn't played Doom. Just casually dropping Ultra Violence. It sounds super metal, Hootie, but it's like the one ahead of medium, basically. It's not the hardest. Like, Nightmare is the hardest, and then you have Ultra Nightmare, which is Permadeath Nightmare. So it's like the second hardest one. Second. Anyone looking forward to it? I am, Nico. I'm gonna be picking it up.
This place gives me the creeps.
As my eyes have gotten worse, who knows, my inability to play faster paced games becoming worse too. Like Borderlands, if I ever finish BL3, I'd be very shocked. The tastes change as we age, as our bodies age. There's a lot of stuff that I used to be very into as a gamer that I just don't really touch anymore. So I feel you there, Forrest Faye. Some of it is taste change, some of it is I'm just not able to keep up with it anymore. I get you.
Where is she? Where's the pixel? Where is Pixel? That reference is old now. Swear to me. Thank you. Can't keep up with Zoo Tycoon anymore. Zoo Tycoon is one of those things that I watched a speedrun of once and I had no idea what was happening. That is my only experience with Zoo Tycoon. Wish there was a speed slider for PG3 for dialogue only. Sometimes too slow for my ADHD. No, I get you. I mean, the original 2000-ish? Yeah, like, it was an older one. I don't know which one they're up to. I know nothing about the IP. I just know that I watched a speedrun of a Zoo Tycoon game, and I was super confused.
Burning through our oil, but it should just about do. Just about. Too long, though.
1100 XP off. Tossing Harpers won't get me there, but I also don't have to think while I'm doing this. I can just yap with you guys. 1300 hours in, still listening to every line of dialogue every time. That's why you're 1300 hours. That'll do it. There's certainly a lot of it. There's no crime response. Those three are very passive AI-wise since about patch 6. Because it's a swimming lesson. Yeah, no crime was committed. Best zoos were to bait people into the lower ground and release dinosaurs. That's amazing. I love that. The missives. Yeah, they saw Big Lady. They're like, alright, cook. Something I've taken to doing lately is if you could queue up a throw on someone like this where you get the preview, you just wait. And it will vacuum them back to wherever you are when you do it. So I'm waiting for this second guy to not be near me. And then we're going to vacuum hands this Harper back in to throw. Wait for that guy to come around again. Love the immersion this game offers. I think the voice acting is generally top tier. Can't wait to get you here in Minsk. The voice acting in this game is extremely memorable. I'm glad the core cast did get the flowers they deserve. The extended cast, of course, deserves that too. Baby steps. Checking your Harper allies to cast without checks is fun. Yeah, I haven't dealt with a strange ox to make them allied yet. I could do that. Kind of scared of the ox. Can't these Harpers swim? These Harpers can't really do much of anything. They're kind of terrible at all of it. In fact, killing these Harpers makes your Harper allies' summons
later in the game stronger because those replacement Harpers have extra attack. These don't. Bro, preview. Kermit gapes sucking them in. Fully armored, it's not that easy. It's true. Alright, 604.
Or I'm a dead man walking. Aren't we all? Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not. Good man.
Go for this guy. I just see PP overheat has been added to chat, and I had to see what kind of emote that was. I'm familiar with this emote. It's okay. But I had to check. Athletics failed? What do you mean? Big lady, did you forget your muscles at home? Did. Save, good idea. Getting close to level 9 here. Level 9 is where if I was pure class druid, I would have access to contagion, which would make some things very funny. But contagion will be more of an Act 3 thing. We've already killed most targets we would have used it on. It could have been a cool thing to do to Zarel. Because contagion isn't hostile as long as it lands.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Favorite voice actor of all time is Laura Bailey. Admit the reason's more personal and professional. She's however amazing. Friend went to Comic-Con in New York City during the Battle for Azeroth's expansion. During Laura Bailey's meet and greet, Laura recorded a custom message for our guild telling us to switch to Alliance in Jaina Proudmoore's voice. That's great. First Laura Bailey role I was ever aware of was she voiced Kid Trunks in the Funimation dub of Dragon Ball Z. Watching the dub of DBZ on VHS every week growing up, that was my childhood.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Funimation dub threw me all the way back. Yeah.
Aren't we all? Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not. Good man.
Yeah, Captain gets it. It just hits different. You know, sometimes you'd have the VHS that has 3 episodes, but every once in a while, they put 4. And it was like... Racing home from school to watch Toonami? Yup. And then getting home and realizing that they just went from the beginning again instead of going to the next arc. 4. Another 180, 270, 360. Cool. These 4 will get me there. It's more on the Sailor Moon side of things. Pretend to understand DBZ references. No, it was a bunch of them. It was DBZ, it was Yu Yu Hakusho, it was Sailor Moon, it was whatever Gundam was popular at the time. I don't remember which one it was. Robotech, yeah, there were a bunch of things. Sailor Moon gets the seal of approval, though. Did I deal with Isabel? No, I haven't dealt with Isabel. I was like, I feel like there's something significant I'm missing XP-wise. It's that. Watch it every morning before school. We had the Japanese tapes too. I had binders of trading cards. I was really cool. You sound cool. We would have been friends. Remember staying awake till like 5 a.m. for the 90s X-Men cartoons. They're never on at a normal time. It's true. It's true. Too bad we're now mortal enemies. Oh. Oh no. Hey, School Quid. How's it cooking today? A couple close calls today. And so couple close calls, but it's going. We're about to hit level 9. Trying out a couple of different specs. I could feel myself not getting that one fast enough, so I dropped my menu to avoid issues. What's that? No risk, no gain. Yeah, I proc my half-orc cheat death on the first fight of the stream. Because I was just like, fuck it, we ball. Any Batman enjoyers? Ooh, yes. Batman the Animated Series. Kevin Conroy, R.I.P. My goat. You'll hear a lot of people talk about, oh, well, Keaton is the best live-action Batman. Or Bale is the best live-action Batman. Or Pattinson. Who cares about those? The best Batman. Yes, best is Kevin Conroy. Just is. There are other good ones, but he was the best. The original 80s? Wasn't the Adam West one in the 60s? Or was that the 80s? Visit Quag's team, Mission Harper's. I just needed enough XP to finish off a level. Like 1500 XP behind a level, so I just went and tossed all the Harpers. See? Just need it so I can finish. You have a problem with that? Yeah, I'll stare back at you. I thought we understood each other. It seems there's some sort of problem. Full Batman comics collection, all sealed. Love to hear that. Batman's just cool. Took 18 years to buy it, I bet. I want to take another cleric level. What are you doing? Or do I, actually? If I stay with the druid cleric split, I could just take a tough now. Yeah, no, actually, I just stay with this. I thought I would respec. No. No. Tough. Unless I want a pure class druid and take heavily armored. No. Tough. Look at that HP. 89 with 2 stacks of life drain. Let's long rest to see what my actual HP is looking like. Also, I have 2 4th level spell slots, so now I can actually start the day with a 4th level Agathis. Unfortunately, Spellcrux Amulet fell through the fucking world. The Warden incident, I didn't get her XP either. Who wants to speak with me? Stuff. It's Gale, isn't it? Yeah.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Glad. Simply.
I don't have the Kisses mod on. Gale, is your mirror image worth XP?
Good evening.
Probably not.
I'm here. Glad. Simply.
Anyone ever try attacking that thing? Stop it with the don't say it. He almost found it. He's doing calculations.
I love this time of night. There's an almost reverent silence that accompanies the peak of darkness. When you'd almost
Big lady?
believe
Big lady.
the dawn will never break. The cradle of eternity. The timelessness of lovers.
What do you mean by that? Don't
most beautiful of
don't side eye at me. You okay, man?
I will be. Soon. I am perhaps just one hard day away from being without any troubles at all. This may be my last night alive.
I'm Risen Gale on the co-op with Dade. Virginia Thick is Risen Gale. But Stella is Risen Will.
I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure.
You'll find another way.
Thank you. But even if we do find another way...
Interesting, all your big ladies keep going for Gale. I'm going for Will. We had the Will dance scene earlier today.
Fate wishes for me.
Since you mentioned animated Batman, good moment to mention my goats, Teen Titans Young Justice Robin. Teen Titans Robin is a demon. He needs to be locked up. That kid needs to be institutionalized for the benefit of everyone and everything. You've heard the phrase smoke demon before? No, they've not met Teen Titans Robin. That kid doesn't have a chip on his shoulder. He's got the entire fucking Pringles industrial complex. Like, he is different. Oh, it's a platonic evening of staying up all night gazing at stars together. Oh, okay. Platonically.
Yes.
The knee drop? Yeah, the double knee drop.
Moments in which to house it all. Damn you. Damn you for giving me so much to care about. Our friends, our adventures. This would have been
Teen
so
Titans,
much easier if it was just
2003
me, but it isn't.
cartoon.
If there is a way, any way, to save all that's grown dear to me, I want to seize it. I just cannot fathom.
Robin is he's all hands in that. Like he his solution to every problem is to beat the shit out of it. There's Teen Titans other than 2003. Yeah, there was a sequel, sort of more comedic series that I don't know if it's still running. It's a Cartoon Network thing. It's definitely like more silly, goofy, wacky stuff. There's actual Teen Titans comic at a run. I don't know if they're currently doing one, but yeah, I was referring specifically to the 2003 cartoon. Now realizing the amount of X-Men cartoons I watched, Evolution, Wolverine and the X-Men, etc. Did you ever watch, it's obviously more recent, and given the name, I feel like you may have. Did you watch X-Men 97? Young Justice Robin's just the best guy. I don't think, so, don't hate me, but I still don't think I've seen the last 2 seasons of Young Justice. I just never did.
A private word would be nice.
I was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact, about the night you were kind enough to keep this melancholy wizard company.
Watched it, feels like the plot was everywhere. It was after a long hiatus, wasn't it?
I wanted to thank you.
Actually, have not. I spent the last 2 years pretty much entrenched with PG-3 with No Way Out. Very good. That's all I'll say. I don't want to give any impressions that could be construed as spoilers, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. Worth your time.
Very rash in the near future. I count myself lucky to call you a friend.
Feelings mutual.
I'm glad to hear it. And I intend to prove myself worthy of the sentiment.
Friendship with Gale's so wholesome. It was just some platonic looking at the stars. Just some light over the clothes, platonic support. Platonically. Why you gotta specify over the clothes? You know why. X-Men 97 is better than She-Hulk. Yeah. Yeah. Good Dark Phoenix plot. I'm not spoiling anything for you. It was good. It's a continuation of the 90s animated series. Like there's continuity. It actually it's just another season effectively. They lean into the 90s nostalgia. It's great.
Anything of use?
Okay, so let's check the journal, something I never do, to see what we still have left. We haven't fought with Wargaz. Proceed without reaching the crush. Lae'zel harassed us about not going to the creche while we were literally in the room with the Zathis. Teen Titans Go is 52 episodes per season, started its 9th season March of this year. Don't know how or why it's still going. Wait, it's still going? Like, I've watched some of it and I was, like, mildly amused, but also it does feel like it's built on the corpse of, like, Teen Titan was really good, and they're like, yeah, what if we acknowledged that and didn't make more of it anyway? Which, that's very Warner Brothers, if you think about it. Very Warner Brothers. Hey, this thing that everybody liked? No. Alright, you know what? It's been 7 hours. I made good progress. I don't want to get into fights while I'm kind of scatterbrained the way I am. So, short stream, I know, only 7 hours. Plan for tomorrow is continue co-op with Gage, unless something comes up. Plan for Wednesday is continuing co-op with Mark. Who's left? Who's doing the thing? Haven't raided Yump in a minute. Let's go raid Yump. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. Yump is doing solo honor as Astarion. I believe her last run, her last attempt, she lost in Act 3. I forget to what. But point is, this is gonna be the one. It's gonna be the one, I believe. Lots of good vibes. You'll enjoy your time over there. Yeah, that's all I got.